Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 10 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 10-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. This is Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Hy-Vee, score big savings with a Hy-Vee Perks membership. Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Also brought to you by Oak Knoll Retirement Community, Travel Leaders, Destinations Unlimited, the official travel partner of the Hawkeyes, and by University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Hawkeye Baseball is on the air.
From the 2025 Big Ten Tournament, it's time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Live from Charles Schwab Field in Omaha, it's the tournament opener for the Iowa Hawkeyes as they get set to take on the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Welcome to the broadcast booth alongside my fine color analyst John Evans. I'm John Leo. A new format for Big Ten schools at the tournament, breaking away from brackets and double elimination and giving a pool play system a shot this year in 2025. Welcome to the postseason. Time waits for no one in this instance as today's Pool C winner will be decided this evening. An Iowa win qualifies them through to the semifinals on Saturday against UCLA. But a win for Rutgers clinches the group for the Scarlet Knights after they upset Indiana yesterday by a final score of 5-2. And so although this is the tournament opener for the Hawkeyes, the fate of their season rests on today's outcome. Sounds like some pressure right off the bat. It's a familiar foe for Iowa with the first-round matchup against the Rutgers Scarlet Knights, a team that Iowa faced back in early March to open league play. The Hawkeyes took 2 of 3 from Rutgers in Piscataway, dropping the opener of the series before dominating the final 2 games of that 3-game set. Cade Obermuller will go on the mound for Iowa today while Justin Shattuck will go for Rutgers. He gets the nod. Identical to the matchup in the series opener that Rutgers won in March, Obermuller versus Shattuck. Iowa is this year's 3 seed and looks to have a quick memory from a tough end to the regular season. Welcome to Omaha. Welcome to the postseason. It's the Scarlet Knights and the Hawkeyes, Rutgers and Iowa from Charles Schwab Field and the 2025 Big Ten Tournament with first pitch coming in a bit. Plenty of excitement in this tournament so far across several games to this point. We'll break that down along with the history between Rutgers and Iowa when we come back out of this break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
John Evans and John Leo, the broadcast booth of Charles Schwab Field, Omaha. We were discussing that earlier today. Charles Schwab Field, Omaha. There must be another Charles Schwab Field somewhere else that we have to put the Omaha tag on it.
I think when I looked up in Google Maps, I think that you do have to be specific. I don't remember how many or where else, but yeah, it's right there on top of the dugouts. It's not in Omaha, Nebraska. It's Charles Schwab Field, Omaha.
We'll see how many times I get that right this weekend. All right, Iowa and Rutgers tonight. Pool C is on the line. Iowa is the 3 seed. Indiana is the 6. Rutgers the 10. And Rutgers beat Indiana yesterday in what really felt like a big-time upset. Rutgers 5-2 over Indiana. And Indiana didn't get those 2 runs until very late, as Landon Mack of Rutgers, he was shutting out Indiana yesterday. And so the Rutgers Scarlet Knights get the upset win over Indiana 5-2, which makes this game for the pool. The winner of this game advances through to the weekend, and the loser cannot.
Right, because of the way the tiebreakers work, Iowa wins the tiebreaker if every team ends up 1-1. So if Iowa beats Rutgers, obviously the worst Iowa can end up is 1-1, and then that would keep them going along.
Iowa is making its 10th straight Big Ten tournament appearance, 18th in program history. 10 in a row that Iowa has been to the Big Ten tournament. The Hawkeyes are 26-31 all-time at the Big Ten tournament, including winning its first ever tournament title in 2017. Iowa's been to the Big Ten championship game in this tournament 5 times, most recently in 2023, before getting shut out by Maryland. The Hawkeyes have won at least 1 game in 8 of the last 9 Big Ten tournaments, 17-11 in the past 8. Coach Heler is 19-15 in the conference tournament, so he does a pretty good job when we come over here to Omaha.
Yeah, you brought up the 2 bad news things, though. You and I called the Maryland game, and the only time that Iowa went 0-2.
Right. The last couple times have been tough. We left with heartbreak in 23, and then just some real tough losses last year when we were over here in Omaha. But tonight it's Iowa and Rutgers for the pool, 3 versus 10. We'll have plenty more to say about that after we take this break. And a lot of other really good action in this Big Ten baseball tournament so far. Nebraska and Michigan State dueled yesterday. What a thriller that was. Illinois and Michigan kicked off the tournament. We'll have highlights from the tournament so far when we come back. Up next, we'll hear from Coach Heler. Long chat with Coach today. Some insightful stuff. Stick around. We'll be back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stolke teamed up with 22 and Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today, available only at 22 and Vine. It's a game changer.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball, the opener of the 2025 Big Ten baseball tournament here in Omaha. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes. Coach, how do we regroup this week, getting ready for this one after the end of the regular season?
I felt pretty good about how things went on Monday and Tuesday. Didn't do anything on Sunday, and came back Monday afternoon and got a practice and got our lift in, and then came back Tuesday morning before we headed over to Omaha and had a good practice. But two really good practices. We talked about trying to regroup and flush it after Saturday, but maybe get away from baseball for 24 hours and kind of reset because, it's a new season now. We're all 0-0 and can't do anything about what happened at the end of the regular season, and let's try to regroup and play better baseball here in the tournament.
You've had some pretty good success in this tournament, Coach. 10th straight year making it to the Big Ten tournament. That's a significant accomplishment. Just your lessons that you've learned over the years as you prepare the guys for a big one this year.
Well, I mean, it's really about your effort, you know. I mean, and then do the kids still want to play? I mean, really. Sure. I mean, and that was a question for these guys because of how the season ended. A lot of teams would just kind of, all right, we messed it up, and probably can't go to a regional unless we win it, and this and that. And if you're thinking like that, it's not going to go well in the tournament because you need to have energy and fire. What you notice in a tournament like this, even when it was 8 teams, and when I was in the Missouri Valley, it was only 6 teams. What it does for a lot of teams that maybe had to fight and scratch and claw to get in, it gives them new life because this is the automatic qualifier. Whether you agree with that or don't, I do not agree with tournaments being the automatic qualifier. When you play a 30-game regular season schedule, to me it's insanity that you're going to base the automatic qualifier to the NCAA on a 3-day tournament, but that's what we do. They do it in basketball. I think it's nuttier. I think it's absolutely insane to me.
I don't like it in basketball either, Coach.
No, I mean, we talked a little bit at the end of during the Oregon series that I'm not so sure that seeing how all these tournaments go and watching them on TV and watching SEC, and now we mimic the ACC tournament, and now they're playing a single elimination tournament, and I'm just like, well, why would you even play it? Yeah. In my mind, I mean, it's like, why would you even play it? So let's just think about that. We're going to play a single elimination tournament in the Big Ten. So the tournament's in Omaha. So Rutgers, USC, UCLA, and Washington, just using them as an example, they're all going to fly out here for one game potentially. And if they lose, turn around and fly home. Yeah. I mean, that's a great student-athlete experience, I would think. I mean, so our tournament, you're thinking, okay, you got to have a tournament where you at least play 2 games. Well, when you get into the pool play, there's a good chance that in most pools, there's going to be a game that means nothing, which is absolutely insane. Let's think about it. If we win today, our game with Indiana doesn't mean anything. If we lose today, it don't mean anything. And Indiana had to wait around 2 days to play a game that's basically irrelevant. Now, you could argue that somebody's going to use that in potentially getting him into the NCAA tournament. I mean, but if you're basing it on a game that is meaningless, especially if the other team was pitching off against them, I mean, to me that's just crazy. I don't think there's a good answer, is my point. But to answer your question, you have to have a desire and you have to have a want-to play. And, I feel like that our guys will. And that's why I think that we've had some success in the tournament is, we've been in all those different scenarios. We've been the team that had to fight to get in. And once we did, we were hot, and that's what you see. The team we're playing today, Rutgers, Steve Owens, their coach, did a tremendous job. He had a lot of new faces on the team. They didn't get off to the best start. We played them week 1, and you could see, that they had, a good team, some talent, but it just hadn't clicked for them yet. And, now they've won like 11 of 13 or something like that. And I thought they just played lights out yesterday against Indiana. And we both know from the series that they have good arms. Like Shattuck, the guy we're going to face today, he was the Friday night guy, and we lost the Friday night game out there. I mean, he's going to touch 94, 96. I mean, he's got a really good arm. Again, it's one of those deals where he has had issues with command and can't hit with his breaking ball very often. But you catch him on the wrong day, and unfortunately, that's kind of what we've been doing here lately, is catching guys on the wrong day. Maybe we'll catch a break today, and he'll have a bad day. But, like, we had him out of the game in the 4th inning, but Ben Wilmus was the only one that had a hit. He had 2 hits. Nobody else had a hit against him because, I mean, he's got a good arm, and people will see that as they're watching it. But, so that's a big rant over a lot of stuff.
When we look at this pool, Coach, it's Rutgers and Indiana. Do you like that you're in a pool with teams you've already played? Would you have rather seen somebody that you hadn't played yet? What's your take on that?
I think it depends on who it is. I mean, I wouldn't want to see Oregon.
Nope.
But anybody else, I would rather have seen them because it's easier on the scout.
Okay. So you like the familiarity?
Well, yeah, and it's just a lot of work. I mean, there's a lot of time and effort to go into those scouting reports, and by not only our managers who do a tremendous job, and they have reports on every team going into the tournament, but it's the reports that the coaches have to do. Sean has to watch hours and hours and hours and hours of tape on their hitters, in addition to the analytics reports we get, and same with Marty on their pitchers. And having a really good base to start with, you can go into it, like Marty was saying in the scout today. He's like, all right, guys, when we seen this guy last, he had 10 innings. But look at the numbers. All of them are the same, and he's got 56 innings now. So he hasn't deviated. He kind of was who he is, And Sean was kind of the same way. It's like when we went through this, in week 1 of the Big Ten season, these hitters are still the hitters. I mean, there's these 3 guys, and blah blah blah. But it's much better, from the scouting standpoint. But as you well know, certain teams match up better with you, And this year our regular season went so well, winning 10 series in a row or something, or how many series in a row? 8. I don't know. Whatever. I would have, like Washington, it would not have bothered me to play Washington, even though they beat us twice, because we're going to be in a different setting.
Oh, yeah.
But Oregon, the way they're playing right now, with their talent, they're a team that can go to Omaha, and a team that can win the national championship. They're pitching at times maybe a tad short, but they can definitely overcome it other areas.
We talked about the games in the pool, Coach, that might not matter. This one is the one that matters for us. This is the one that matters
this is our
right
season.
Off the rip. This is it.
Season. Yeah, and it's a nice setup for the guys with the number 3 seed, and that's kind of the payback you get for having a great regular season, is that those 2 have to play. One's out already, and now it's between us and Rutgers to get to Saturday and play UCLA, and that would be fun. I mean, UCLA is a very talented team. It'd be a great challenge, and we didn't get to play in the regular season. I've never, in my 38 years, haven't played UCLA, and would love to play against Coach Savage. I know we're going to get a chance to next to, if what's the good Lord willing, the creek don't rise. But but I hope that happens. But it'd be fun to do it this weekend with a chance to go to the championship.
Right. Coach, we'll go with Cade Obermueller on the mound. Easy decision to go with Cade? Were you thinking other options? What are you leaning into with Cade?
With it being Wednesday, it was about the only decision. Okay. Because if you were thinking matchup, if you thought Sabry was a better matchup, Aaron isn't going to be ready.
Not ready. Okay.
He needs at least another day, and probably into Friday. So Cade Cade is more than capable, as we both know. But the response you're going to get from me is the same you've gotten from me every time he's went out there. You know, if Cade is locked in and dialed in with his focus, and he's just letting it rip with no worries, tough to beat him. But if that's not the case, and the velo's down because maybe he's aiming or whatever, then you see what happens. He can get hit, which happened against Oregon. Some wind aided, whatever, but you know, it wasn't his best. He didn't give a bunch of freebies, which was great to see. But the Cade Obermuller that we'd seen, you know, for about 4 or 5 weeks in a row, that was living 93 and touching 95, 96, and you know, everything was a pretty big tick up on the velocity with command. Now that's a different guy, and I'm hopeful that you know, we see that guy tonight, because if you look back at the last 3 weeks and how it didn't go as well as we would have liked, or how it had been, the previous 8 weeks, we had our starters, all 3 of them. You know, we were blessed that we stayed healthy until the very end, and that's a bad break, you know, because Wilmus, as we talked about, we lost our left fielder and our leadoff hitter, and really our hottest hitter at a time when we have a bunch of guys that are in a lull. That was a bad blow, but losing Reese Buter and not having him pitch at all against Oregon State, and then only be able to give us a few innings against Oregon, that's a bad blow too. You combine that with the fact that our Friday guy and our Saturday guy had some starts in there where they didn't get us to the 5th inning. And remember when we talked about the first 3 weeks, you know, our bullpen this year is fairly fragile, in a sense. I mean, if you can set them up right, they're fine. What I mean by that is they can't eat up that many innings. You remember the talks we used to have back during the Florida trips. When you're asking them to go out on Friday in the 4th or 5th inning, and then the same on Saturday, and then the same on Sunday, that's a recipe for disaster. We just don't have the depth. We don't have the depth to handle that. And then you always get put in a situation where you want to stretch an inning out of a guy that gave you 2 great innings, and then the 3rd is a catastrophe, and you should have got him out. What we need, and that's what happened the last 3 weeks. Yeah. We went back to that. And you can say whatever, walks, not hit, whatever. It's tough for us to win when our starters aren't getting us to the 6th inning. So, my hope would be that Cade goes out and at least does that with a lead, and then I feel pretty good about us being able to handle it.
Offensively, Coach, really quickly before we let you go, I can't really tell if we're sputtering a ton or we just ran into some pretty good arms, maybe a little bit of both.
I think it's a little bit of both.
Still in there, right, Coach?
I mean, yeah, it is. It's just going to take something happening good, and
that ball rolling.
Yeah, and you get a couple knocks. I thought that we competed the right way on Saturday. What I mean by that is I felt like they were relentless every pitch, and they weren't focused as much on their own woes. And that was my challenge to them today, is like, we don't have time to worry about your woes. Okay?
Let's go play.
Nobody cares. Put your ego in your pocket, and even though maybe you're not in the greatest of places, we need to show some toughness, and they're each person, we can talk about toughness till we're blue in the face, but each person makes a decision whether they're going to be tough or not, and they need to decide to be tough, and that's what we talked about. So if they just put their egos in the pocket and all they're focused on, whether it's good, bad, or otherwise, is grinding out every at bat, in my belief, we'll start seeing some more barrels, because as you said, we faced a tough string of pitching. Usually that pays off if you have the right mindset. If you don't let it beat you up and put you worry about yourself or your stats or your feelings, which are greatly overrated. We'll find out. But because we've got about, of the 9 starters tonight, like 7 of them are in a really bad place. I mean, and I'm talking not good place at all. And a lot of guys that are hitting in the 110 to 150 range the last 12 games, and worse than that with runners in scoring position. So makes it tough. To have a chance to win, regardless of how well you pitch, if you don't hit any better than that.
All right, Coach, let's battle it out. Let's be tough and let's win in advance.
Well, we'll find out here pretty soon, and I sure hope. I just hope we give a great effort. That's always my hope, is that we play harder, and if you're watching or listening, that you feel like there's some pride there, and the Hawks played hard.
All right, good luck, Coach.
Thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heler, on our pregame show from Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. Win in advance for the Hawkeyes today. Rutgers is the opponent. We'll get you starting lineups and first pitch when we come back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today for the best home comfort system you can buy. It's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Iowa and Rutgers to win Pool C here in Omaha. We'll take our final pregame break. We're back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stuelke teamed up with 22 and Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today, available only at 22 and Vine. It's a game changer.
John Evans and John Leo welcoming you back to Charles Schwab Field in Omaha as we get set for first pitch between Rutgers and Iowa this evening. Before we get you starting lineups, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Still waiting on the coaches meeting to take place at home plate. So we've got to get through that first before we start. They say 7:03 first pitch. So we've got a few minutes. Let's talk about the Big Ten tournament to this point. John Evans, we are 5 games into the tournament, and they have all been competitive, all been tight, and all been drama-filled.
A lot of really good games. Winds, it's cooler. Winds blowing out though, so the park, especially to right, has played shorter to right. It still plays a long ways out to left. Outfield is huge. We saw a 2-run sacrifice fly in the game right before us, as Peyton Kling scored from second base on a fly ball to deep center field, right in front of the 408 sign. We've seen 2 balks score runs. We've seen a pickoff throw to second that nobody covered and scored a run. It's been kind of crazy. Had a walk-off last night with Nebraska, and as you mentioned, just a ton of competitive games.
Michigan State and Nebraska wrapped up competition yesterday. the Huskers won it in 10, 5-4, but Michigan State.
Oh boy, dropped a fly ball in the bottom of the ninth, right in, I think it's Parker Pico's glove, and hit him right in the glove, bounced right out. Nebraska scored the tying run and then walked off in the bottom of the 10th.
The tournament started with Illinois beating Michigan 6-5 in 10 innings, forcing UCLA and Illinois into the very important game. The winner of Pool B, UCLA, won that earlier today 8-6 in a back and forth game, actually. And so UCLA winning it 8-6. They are the winner of Pool B and would be the opponent of the winner of our game, Iowa and Rutgers, on Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. And UCLA has consistently taken a unique approach to Friday games, their first game of a series. I thought maybe they would do that differently today because today mattered.
Right.
And you know, if Illinois would have beaten UCLA, UCLA's next game wouldn't have mattered, and Illinois would have advanced. But UCLA won that game 8-6 by pitching 9 different pitchers. It was a pretty impressive bullpen game that they put together. And boy, the last guy that came in and closed it was throwing 97 with a hook for a curveball. It was pretty good.
As we look at today's opponent, John, Rutgers, they are the 10 seed. 500 in the Big Ten entering this tournament at 15-15. Rutgers is playing some good ball lately. They have won 11 of their last 15, so they're 11-4 in their last 15. We saw them earlier this year, March 7th through 9th in Piscataway to open Big Ten play. Rutgers won the opener 5-4, and then Iowa dominated 16-0 and 12-6. But that was a long time ago, and when we walked away from that, we thought, I don't know if Rutgers, I don't know what kind of year they're going to have. They ended up turning it on, and here they are in Omaha and playing some pretty good baseball.
Well, I think in the Big Ten, it really has mattered as to who you played. Obviously, you look at Iowa and you think, 0-5-1 the last 2 weeks, won 7-1 then in the last 3 weeks. But then you think about who they played. Yeah. You played 2 top 10 teams, and you played another 5th place team in the Big Ten. Rutgers has played Maryland, Penn State, Illinois, and Ohio State. So there's been a little bit of a get healthy in there. They did a nice sweep against Illinois, but they lost the game to Ohio State. They lost the series to Penn State. So you look at the stats, there isn't anything that jumps off to get you, but baseball is a weird sport. It's one shot today.
That's it.
And so, it doesn't matter. Baseball loves its numbers, and so you love the season perspective of it, and that gives you a guess. But at the end of the day, it's if Justin Shattuck comes in and throws darts today, or if Cade Obermueller comes out and throws darts today, the other team's going to walk back to the dugout and hang their head a lot.
Win in advance, lose, and, we'll still play on Friday, but we can't get out of the pool and we can't continue. So it's all on this game, Iowa and Rutgers. Let's get you today's starting lineups. We'll go first with the Rutgers Scarlet Knights under the direction of head coach Steve Owens in his 6th season. Brennan Hyde will lead things off for Rutgers, followed by Ty Doucette and Trevor Cohen. Middle of the order, Pablo Santos, Jomar Carreras, and Matt Chattel. 7, 8, 9, Jack Sweeney, J.T. Thompson, and R.J. Johnson. Defensively for Iowa, left to right on the infield, Jackson Frost at third, Gable Mitchell at short, Caleb Wolf is the second baseman, Blake Guerin gets the start at first. Outfield left to right, still no Ben Wilmus, so Andy Nelson in left, Miles Risley in center, Kellen Strohmeyer in right. The starting catcher is Dan Rogers, and as John alluded to, Cade Obermueller, the left-handed junior, gets the start for the black and gold to open the Big Ten tournament.
4-3 and 14 starts with a 3.30 ERA. He's got 1 complete game, 76 1/3 innings, just 58 hits against him, 36 runs, 28 of those are earned. 31 walks to go with 107 strikeouts, third on the single-season list for the Hawkeyes.
Cade is ready. First pitch to Brennan Hyde is across for strike one. We are underway, 7:04 Central Time. Brennan Hyde, a right-handed hitter for the Scarlet Knights. Senior batting .257. Cade from the stretch is set with the 0-1. Here it comes. Ground ball right side, just inside the line and into the corner. Strohmeyer heading over to get it. Hyde around first, headed for second. Leadoff double for the Scarlet Knights.
Fastball in the middle of the plate. Almost had it by Hyde, but he's able to just squirt it past Blake Guerin. And I was just kind of browsing through the stats. Rutgers kind of middle of the pack in offense. They hit 286 on the season. On base percentage is only 375, and then they're 16th in the conference in slugging at 414. So extra base is not their forte. Watch bunting here.
This would be one of their extra base hit guys. 13 home runs, 10 doubles for Ty Doucette, left-handed hitting first baseman for Rutgers, a sophomore, batting .349. These next two hitters for Rutgers, they're the ones you need to watch. Doucette at .349 and Cohen at .383. Yeah. Runner at second with nobody out, just underway in the first.
And Cohen's been on fire the last 2 weeks.
1-0 from Cade is inside, ball 2. Boy, that base hit by Hyde just got eaten up by the grass, but Guerin playing so far off the line, it had a hard time even getting out to Strohmeyer. It almost came to a complete stop before Callan picked it up. Leadoff double for Rutgers. Cade behind 2-0. Here's the pitch. That's a cross, 2 balls and a strike. Cade will see a couple of lefties back-to-back here, Doucette being the first. Wolf, the second baseman in shallow right, shifted over. 2-1 pitch from Obermueller. Off the plate and away, 3-1. Sun will be setting, but for now, Andy Nelson in left looking right into it. Miles Risley battling it at center. Infielder's doing okay for right now, in the shade. 3 balls and a strike, the pitch from Cade. Outside corner, 3-2.
Yeah, the interesting thing for the infielders is the concourse level. You've got the roof, and then you've got a little open areas. Gable Mitchell goes to cover second base. He could have a little bit of a glare.
Full count pitch to Doucette. Obermueller set. Checks the runner at second. Now pitches. Swing and a miss. He finally went to the slider, and he got him.
And that's part of what made it effective is just looked like another fastball, and instead 10 miles an hour slower and spinning off the plate. And a big strikeout of Doucette, who really is a good even mix guy there. Walks as much as he strikes out, so that's a good job there.
Here comes Trevor Cohen, left-handed junior, the center fielder for Rutgers, batting .383. Runner at second and 1 out. Lefty on lefty matchup. Cade's first pitch. Drifted low, ball 1.
Yeah, just 15 strikeouts on the season and 230 at-bats for Cohen.
He has 88 hits this season, most ever by a Big Ten player. Not just Rutgers, ever. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch. Slider low and away, ball 2.
Yeah, he is.
Hyde, the runner at second base. 1 out in the first. Cade, long pause, the 2-0. Swing and a miss out in front of the off-speed.
Cohen has 88. Doucette has 81, and Casillas has 81. Those are your 3. So two of the 3 biggest hit guys in the conference are in this game.
Obermueller got Doucette, working on Cohen now. The 2-1 pitch, just off the outside edge. 3 balls and a strike. Home plate umpire Travis Reininger did not want to give that edge. Danny Jimenez is at first, Grady Smith at second, Ramon Armendariz left side at third. 3 balls and a strike. Obermueller ready to pitch to Cohen. Here comes. Line drive, left field. Nelson battling the sun. Andy backpedaling, and he caught it. Boy, he had to battle that for a long time. Good play from Nelson to make that grab and haul it in. 2 away. Hyde stays at second.
Yeah, you saw right away. The right hand goes up to shield the eyes, and then you've got to find the ball. That's the hard part. Fortunately, it wasn't too far over his head, so by the time he found it with his speed, he's able to track back nicely and get that second out.
It was a leadoff double from Brennan Hyde for Rutgers. He's still there at second base. There are now 2 outs for Pablo Santos, right-handed hitter, the starting third baseman for Rutgers. Cade trying to get out of the jam. First pitch, strike 1. High off speed from Obi. And a good start this time from Cade. He had fallen behind Doucette and Cohen, able to retire them, trying to get the third out of the first. 0-1 to Santos. Swing and a miss, way behind 92. 0-2 now. Cade can go anywhere here.
Yeah, good pitch there from Cade. He's been up in the zone here the last 2. Love to see him get a chase pitch here.
Large crowd of Iowa fans to our left, getting behind Obermueller. The 0-2, swing and a miss. He got him. And the Scarlet Knights strand the leadoff double.
94 up above the zone. Great pitch from Cade to get out of the first.
Bottom half of the inning coming up. Iowa holds Rutgers off the scoreboard. We're back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides the direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Welcome back to Hawkeye Baseball. We can all help prevent suicide. There is hope with the 988 Lifeline. Call or text 988 now.
Iowa holds Rutgers off the scoreboard in the top of the first, and so the Hawkeyes will come to the plate for the first time tonight. Here's the batting order for the black and gold. Reese Moore, the DH, will lead it off. Gable Mitchell at short. He'll bat second. Caleb Wolf, the second baseman, will bat third. A few changes in the middle here. Miles Risley moves up. He'll bat cleanup. Jackson Frost, the third baseman, bats fifth. Dan Rogers down a few spots. He'll bat sixth. 7, 8, 9, Kellen Strohmeyer, Blake Guerin, and Andy Nelson. The starting pitcher for Rutgers is Justin Shattuck, a 6'6" right-handed redshirt freshman. Shattuck to start for Rutgers.
Shattuck has 14 starts on the year, 58 innings. He's 4-4, 64 hits, 51 runs, 48 of those are earned. Walked 35, struck out 51. Giving up 7 home runs. He's hit 14 guys. Fastball is going to get up there in the mid-90s. He'll try to mix the rest, but boy, his spin doesn't hit the zone very often. You'll know right away if the Hawkeyes are locked in. If they can lay off the stuff out of the zone, they're going to get fastballs to hit.
Shattuck, a right-hander, going out of the stretch only. Ready to pitch to Reese Moore. First one is waved at and missed. Firm fastball at 94.
Fastballs to hit.
The 0-1 to Reese. Breaking ball, outside, 1-1. I guess I'm incorrect in my observation of Shattuck, not necessarily going from the stretch, but he starts with his left hip facing home plate and then just takes a little sidestep to begin his motion. So he is out of the windup here. 1-1 to Reese. Swung on and missed, 1-2. Another fastball overpowered by Shattuck.
Yeah, a little bit like Justin Hackett.
Uh-huh.
Kind of gets cued off to the side and then squares up. Yeah, Hawkeye hitters are going to need to get on time for the fastball.
Shattuck's only pitch, really. 1-2. Reese hits on the ground, right side. J.T. Thompson, the second baseman, is there to retire Reese for out number 1. Thompson is an outstanding second baseman. He made several plays against Indiana yesterday.
Ton of great range and ability to get there. You hit a roller in his direction, and it's going to be an out.
Gable Mitchell up now for Iowa. Shattuck, not a guy that gets deep into games. The previous meeting against Shattuck, he went 3 2/3, gave up 2 hits, both of them to Benny Wilmus. But he gave up 4 runs, he walked 4, and he struck out 4, and he threw 80 pitches in 3 2/3. So this is not really a guy that they go to for a long time. If Iowa can be disciplined, drive that pitch count up.
Yeah, he has not thrown more than 5 innings in any start this year.
Gable Mitchell in the box, shows the bunt, pulled it back, and the pitch sailed high.
So I know he was in the zone on Reese Moore pretty well, but that's not really the MO. And he may do that for 2 or 3 hitters, but you just have to stick to the plan and keep after it.
Santos, the third baseman, in on the grass. The 1-0 pitch to Gable, lined sharply foul into the second deck above the Iowa dugout. The Hawkeyes on the third base side, Rutgers down here right below us, first base side. We are just down the first base line.
Yeah, we have a great view looking straight down third base because we're on the left-handed batter's box.
Ball and a strike on Mitchell. Gable showing the bunt again, and Shattuck misfired with the breaker away.
Yeah, Iowa doesn't think much of Shattuck as a fielder, so you're Could see some pressure on him. Plus, it's a little damp, natural grass. You might get a wet ball. He could do some funny things here with throwing it.
2-1 on Gable. Bases empty and 1 out, bottom of the first. The pitch. Mitchell fouled it off to a similar spot to the left. Shattuck working high in the zone there at 88 miles an hour. And he's got a 2-2 count on Mitchell, Iowa's starting shortstop. Gable waving the bat above his head. Shattuck's 2-2. That's low, ball 3. Chattel, the catcher for Rutgers, tried to bring up the 97-mile-an-hour fastball, but it was just low. And the count now full.
Yeah, really good pitch there. Exactly the spot he wanted, just down in the zone.
Shattuck winds and fires the 3-2. And Gable lines up the middle and into center field for a base hit. Typical Gable Mitchell at bat, right? Run the count full, see a lot of pitches, foul a few off, and then get on base.
Well, that's got to be a relief for Gable, too, as he struggled in the Oregon series. So to have a good at-bat, follow your process, get a pitch up in the zone there, and stay on it. That 90-mile-an-hour pitch must be a little bit of a cutter that Shattuck's trying to throw instead of just a full fastball.
Gorgeous day in Omaha. We were over here earlier today watching UCLA and Illinois. Mild temperatures, mid-60s. Caleb Wolf, the batter for Iowa, he takes a fastball for a strike. Mostly sunny. It's been breezy, but not too noticeable, really. Wind blowing out to right center, so over our heads and out to right center. We've seen quite a few home runs to right today. And here's a pickoff move to first. The ball gets away. Mitchell headed to second. I think he's going to head for third. He's around second. He's on the run to third. He's there. Mistake from Rutgers. And the Hawks will look to make him pay.
Beautiful free bases there as the throw got away. Shattuck threw it in the dirt. Doucette couldn't block it. And then it's just the foul lines here are bigger than any park you're going to see through the course of the year. There's a lot of room. You can foul out here pretty easily, but when the ball skirts away like that actually was Brennan Hyde that came down and actually made the pickup as J.T. Thompson couldn't get in there. Infield will come in now for Rutgers.
Options for Iowa. Caleb Wolf, the batter, no balls and a strike. The pitch. Caleb hits on the ground and through into center field, past a diving Thompson. The Hawkeyes on the board first, 1-0. Caleb is clutch.
And that is a huge difference because that's a double play ball. Thompson's going to go make that play on a backhand pick, and he's going to flip it to second and have a chance to turn a double play if the infield is back. Because of the throwing error, the infield rolls in, and all of a sudden that's an RBI single, and the Hawks on top here in the first.
Man, doesn't it just feel like Iowa took a deep breath and got that sigh of relief to get some offense after the Hawkeyes have really struggled offensively the last 3 weeks or so, going back to the Washington series. Here's Miles Risley, right-handed hitter. First one from Shattuck. Miles takes down Main Street. Iowa's batting average has dropped over 15 points since the Indiana series.
Yeah, coming through with less than 2 outs and a runner on third's a good one. A hit with a runner in scoring position. All those monkeys just good to kind of shoo them away.
0-1. Miles takes a good breaking ball, but it's low and out, evening the count at 1. Iowa on the board first. It's 1-0 in the first.
And that's a great take there because that's a really good pitch. Dots the outside part of the plate. Risley not chasing spin.
Wolf, the runner at first, with 1 out. The 1-1. Miles bunted it. Straight back. Good pitch from Shattuck. Fastball low and out. Miles dipped the bat head just enough to pop it up.
Yeah, actually it's a great pitch to bunt. Just didn't quite get the level on it. Dipping the glove or dipping the bat under it.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Risley with 1 out. Shattuck set. Long pause, deep breath. Now he delivers, and Miles takes outside for ball 2.
I was up here for a game. I was up here a little bit for Nebraska, Michigan State last night. I was here this morning with you. I do not have a good perspective. I'm glad I have TrackMan because I really can't see what feels like a strike up here.
2-2, the pitch to Risley. Miles fouled it off his foot. He stays alive. And I think part of that, John, we're obviously very high up. This is a very nice stadium, great ballpark. We're a little off-center, too. That last pitch to Risley, the one before the pitch he just fouled off, looked pretty good from up here. So far, strike zone has been true to its borders. Knock on wood. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Shattuck pitches to Risley. Miles lines into center field, and that's down for a base hit. 3 straight singles for the Hawks, and the Iowa fans love it down to the left.
Great job there. Riz saw the breaking ball. It stayed up, so it's an easy ball for him to see the whole way. Sticks with it, just sends it right back up the middle. And that's, again, when he's at his best, we've seen him rip balls down the line, hit balls hard pull, but if he's willing to use the middle of the field, especially on off speed, he's really good.
Iowa peppering Shattuck with 3 straight singles. And you and I were talking leading up to this week as Jackson Frost comes up with 1 out, runners at first and second. Frost, a right-handed hitter, first pitch to Jackson's in the dirt. We were talking earlier, Iowa was so successful for so much of the year because they just got base hits. It wasn't necessarily we need the double, we need the home run. We weren't necessarily a power team, but just everybody doing their 1/9 to pass the baton. And I feel like that's what Iowa's doing right here in the first.
Absolutely. And,
1-0 pitch to Frost. Jackson takes for strike 1. I like that part, too. We can add to that, taking pitches.
That's a good take. Yeah, Coach Heler mentioned it, too, and your question with him is it's a combination. The competition level certainly ramped up in the last 3 weeks.
1-1 to Jackson. Low and away, ball 2.
It's also been a really long season for Iowa, and, not everybody hits 300 every day.
Right.
Some days you go through these, and Coach Heller mentioned to me earlier in the year, you hate it when all your hitters get on hot streaks because then they all get cold at the same time too, and that's kind of what you've seen a little bit.
2 balls and a strike, the pitch to Frost. Low and away, ball 3.
But it's also a bit contagious then when guys start finding holes.
Exactly. Iowa 1-8-1 in its last 10. And a lot of that credit goes to playing 6 games against top 10 teams. 3-1 on Frost. You'd like to see maybe a red light. He swings through a high fastball instead. 3-2. It
was a strike. It's a difficult pitch to get your bat up to, but it's a strike.
Smells like a pop-up if he makes contact. We'll see if Shattuck can be accurate on a full count pitch with runners at first and second and 1 out. Here it comes to Jackson. Frost lines it foul over to the right. Staying alive. Boy, are we driving up that pitch count. Mid-20s for Shattuck already.
Yeah, Rutgers did a pretty good job yesterday. Just used 1 major arm yesterday and had another guy come in and close it. So they're not too depleted here either.
Another payoff pitch. Here it comes. Runners take off. Doesn't matter as Frost takes one inside. Ball 4, and they're loaded up for Dan Rogers.
Boy, now would be a good time for Dan to break out of the difficulty with runners in scoring position slump. Nobody out here. And you'll see we've seen teams have quick hooks because, this game is the only one that matters. And so we're going to get a mound visit here already. Rutgers has some activity in the bullpen. We've seen teams, Nebraska went quick to the bullpen yesterday. Worked out well for them. Jerwa stayed in for Michigan State, which that doesn't surprise you any. But some of the others have had some real quick hooks. Illinois with a quick hook against Michigan in that first game. Not Illinois, Michigan.
All the way around.
Quick hook.
Yep.
And so it's just kind of been you understand with the way this format works. In Iowa's case, the next game doesn't matter if you don't win this one. For Rutgers, win today, and you don't play again until Saturday.
Yeah.
And you're in.
Yeah.
And so you're going to use everybody you have available on kind of the basis that they'll all be fine by Saturday. So this is really I would think the only guy, Mack and Peel probably are because Peel threw a number of pitches yesterday, so I wouldn't expect him back either. But otherwise, it's an all hands on deck deal. And again, this Coach Sutherland tells us all the time, and I've said on the air, the more guys you can have touch the rubber if you're Iowa and you keep forcing new Rutgers guys out there, so again, just continue to be patient here. Get a good pitch, take advantage of this opportunity.
Iowa is broken out with base runners in the first inning. Individually, can D-Raj snap out of his slump? He stands in from the left side. Rogers batting .262. Bases are loaded, 1 out. First pitch to Dan. That's on the outer edge for a strike. Rogers 444 with the bases juiced. Iowa 1-0 in the first. Blood in the water early. Can the Hawkeyes capitalize? Shattuck set with the 0-1. Here it comes to D-Raj. Spinner hit to short. This will be double trouble. They're going to go to first instead. Only to first. He didn't go to second. He retires Rogers, but Wolf touches home, and it's 2-0 Hawks.
I think he was afraid he couldn't get it over there in time. It was Carreras decided to just make sure he takes the out. And it's not a bad play either, because if you're not sure you're going to get 2, just kind of looking at it, it would have been a close play at second. So make sure you get an out, because you can win a game giving up 2 runs in the first. If you give up a pile, it gets really difficult.
Rogers hit it off the end of the bat. It was mowing the grass on the way out to Carreras at short. Here's Strohmeyer with second and third and 2 outs. Kellen swings at the first pitch and tapped it foul over to the right. First pitch breaker from Shattuck. It's 2-0 Iowa. Great start for the Hawks. And Strohmeyer, the left-handed right fielder, comes up batting .296. Been getting plenty of starts lately. Looking for a 2-out hit in the first. The 0-1 to Kellen. Way outside, 1-1.
Yeah, this is a big spot. I mean, we saw in the Oregon series, Iowa had a chance, I think it was on Friday, to score a couple extra runs and didn't get it done with 2 outs. 2 more guys out there, you can really set the tone for this game if you can make it 4-0 here.
Strohmeyer showing the bunt. He puts it down the third base side. Shattuck comes off the mound. Santos runs into him, and Strohmeyer touches first. Here comes Risley to score. It's 3-0 Hawks, and Santos down and injured for the Scarlet Knights as he collided with Shattuck.
Fantastic bunt from Strohmeyer. Showed it early because Santos was so deep, but he laid it down perfectly, and then with his speed, easily makes it to first and drives in the run.
The Omahawks with a little Heller ball early on.
If you remember when we were in New Jersey at the beginning of the year, not only did Iowa not think a whole lot of Shattuck fielding the ball, they didn't think a whole lot of Santos fielding the ball either. I looked up, he only made 7 errors this year, but they didn't think he was real comfortable there. So it doesn't surprise me to put that kind of pressure on. Pays dividends right away from the Hawks. We've seen a lot of guys at least square and show bunt here as the plan's coming to fruition early.
Love it. 2 outs. Here's Blake Guerin. Runners at the corners. Iowa up 3-0 in the first. Blake takes a breaking ball outside, maybe a touch high from Shattuck. That's pitch 31. We could probably leave the pitch count talk now because Rutgers has somebody going in the bullpen. You don't expect Shattuck to go much longer. We'll see how much more Iowa can make this hurt. 1-0 pitch to Blake. Guerin takes a fastball in the inside corner. 1-1.
Yeah, and it's a right-hander. So the guy that they wanted to hand the ball to was to have Shattuck go 4-5 innings and then hand the ball to Mazza, and that was going to kind of be that was the way to shut the door. They've got a right-hander they'll throw in, so different guy.
1-1. Guerin shows the bunt, and the pitch bounced in the opposite batter's box over on the left side, forcing Chattel to slide over to stop it. We've seen Blake bunt it.
We've seen Blake bunt it very successfully. Not sure this was the situation, but they still don't think he's going to do it again.
Santos playing very deep at third. The 2-1 to Blake. Low and out. Ball 3.
Not going to lie. I'd probably stay deep at third, too, even though Blake showed it to me once.
I'm with you on that. New definition of hot corner if Blake sends one your way. 3 balls and 1 strike on Guerin. There are 2 outs. Shattuck delivers. Blake hits high and deep down the left field line, but it's going to hook foul. Blake connected on that one, but too far out in front.
109 off the bat, 417 onto the concourse up there. Ball is not flying out to left, and that one flew out to left. It was that little bit of a changeup that Shattuck has. And Blake out in front of it. Strohmeyer will be moving here now with the full count.
Next pitch from Shattuck to Guerin. Blake takes it up and in. Ball 4. Bases loaded again.
This is the dream start for the Hawkeyes. It really becomes a dream, though, if you add on here. You've got them all out there. The senior Andy Nelson now coming to the plate. Chance to deliver.
We'll see if Nelson faces Shattuck. We don't see a move yet from Rutgers. And now Coach Owens is on the top step. Looks like they're going to pitch to Nelson.
Yeah, pulling the third baseman in. They don't want Andy to drop a bunt here. He's certainly capable.
First pitch is a strike. Went with the slider.
Great take there. I mean, again, you could see Iowa swinging at some of those pitches. It's a good pitch. It's a strike. But see if he can get you out by throwing multiple strikes in an at-bat.
Bases loaded and 2 outs in the first. The 0-1 to Nelson. Andy takes another low outside strike. That's a good pitch from Shattuck right on the edge. He did go back-to-back with it.
Tough break for Andy that the first 2 off-speed pitches he lands are back-to-back against him. Now you got to be looking fastball here as he'll try to heat him up.
0-2 to Andy. Here it comes. Up and in. Just about hit him. And Andy had to bend back out of the way of that pitch.
2 low and away breaking balls, and then 95 up around your chin. That'll straighten you up. See now if he goes back to the fastball at a better location or tries to spin away.
A ball and 2 strikes on Nelson. The pitch in the dirt. Went back to the slider, John.
Tried to spin away, and again, he doesn't land it a lot, and I'm sure part of it was he's trying to bury it away and get Andy to chase, but good discipline. Now Andy's back in the count here. He's not in a bad spot.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Bases still loaded for Iowa in the first. Shattuck's pitch to Nelson. Andy takes strike 3 on the low inside corner. 96 with the fastball. He got it by Andy. But a great start for the Hawks. 3 runs across on 4 hits, aided by a Rutgers error. We'll go to the second. Iowa 3, Rutgers nothing. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Leaders know there's no guide to greatness. When everyone else says something can't be done, they know it only hasn't been done yet. True leaders weather the fiercest storms and look deep within themselves to rise above and help others find their way forward. At Great Southern Bank, we're proud to partner with visionaries that help raise the tide for all of us. And when you're ready to bring your vision to life, we'll be right behind you with award-winning support.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City.
John Evans and John Leo with you from the broadcast booth at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. 2025 Big Ten Baseball Tournament underway finally for the Hawkeyes. Day 2 of the tournament, but the opener for Iowa. And this is the big one. This is the one that matters in Iowa's pool. The winner of this game advances and will play in the semifinal round. The winner gets UCLA on Saturday night. 3-0 Iowa, top of the second. Cade Obermueller back to the bump as he deals ball 1 to Jomar Carreras, the starting shortstop for the Scarlet Knights. We didn't see much of him in the series in Piscataway. He's late on the fastball from Cade there, 1-1. Cade has an opportunity here to pitch with the lead. Gave up a leadoff double in the first, but a couple of strikeouts extinguished any threat from the Scarlet Knights. Like to see Cade take control of this game with a little bit of run support. 1-1 is a slider. He slid it in for a called strike.
Yeah, he got the Wilmus Grand Slam in New Jersey that gave him the lead. He wasn't able to hold the lead there after kind of scuffling his way through.
Cade's 1-2 is lined foul. First base side.
So it'd be nice to see Cade really just put a put a neat little bow on the 3-run bottom of the first inning by getting a good shutdown inning here and letting the Iowa offense go cook again.
We talk about the shutdown inning all the time. And offensively for Iowa, the Bats cranked out 4 hits, put pressure on Rutgers on their infield. Keep that going offensively. Hawks lead it 3-0 in the second. Here's the pitch from Obermueller. Strike 3 called. Backdoor breaker. Back-to-back strikeouts for Cade. Now he ties for number 2 all time.
My guy Jim McGrain, single season. Jim had held that record since 1999. Brody rolls past him last year, and Cade, let's hope Cade passes him now this year.
So he's tied for second all-time in single-season strikeouts. Here's Matt Chattel. Cade leads the Big Ten in strikeouts as well.
Yeah, I should probably congratulations to Cade, first team All Big Ten.
Yes.
On the pitching staff. That was announced yesterday morning.
Iowa has a handful of players. We will break that down as the game goes along. 1 ball, no strikes on Chattel, right-handed hitter for the Scarlet Knights. Base is empty and 1 out. Here's one cranked. Foul, look out over there in the 3rd row.
That was the one you were afraid of catching when we were sitting down in the bleachers.
I have such a prove-it moment with you, John. I don't think you believe that I could catch a foul ball, either one that comes up here, or I couldn't protect you down the line. I just need one chance, John.
I believe you were ducking behind the seats if we got that one.
Come on. 1-1. The pitch from Obermueller. He backs Chattel away from the plate, 2-1.
That ball was 106 off the bat. What are you doing with that one?
Okay. I'm probably leaning out of the way, I admit.
And I'm going to tell you, fair point, I'm probably not trying to catch that one either.
I was nervous to ask you, John.
No, I probably would not.
2-1 from Obermueller is waved at and missed, 2-2.
The beauty at this point in my life is I know that's going to hurt.
I'm still dumb enough I don't know yet.
Yeah, I don't want a piece of that. I want the soft fly ball that I can catch. I don't want the 106 line drive with bare hands.
I think we're getting one up here this weekend.
You promised me.
2-2 on Chattel. The pitch from Obermueller. Ground ball right side. Guerin picks it off the dirt. He'll take it himself to the bag. 3 unassisted. 2 down in the Rutgers second.
Good job from Blake there to charge that, get it on the short hop, right off the short hop so it didn't get any funny spin. We saw some really funny hops here last year. Haven't seen that quite the same way so far this year, but some interesting plays over there at first base. So the quicker you can just pick it off the turf, the better.
Jack Sweeney up for the Scarlet Knights with 2 outs. Base is empty. First pitch strike from Cade. The 0-1 from Obi is inside, and it hit Sweeney on the elbow guard. 2 out hit by pitch. Second base runner of the day for Rutgers. This one issued for free by Obermueller.
Yeah, you're going to shut this down right now. Thompson, 264 on the year.
He stands in from the left side. Open stance. Back foot very close to the back of the plate. First pitch from Cade is fouled off. A lightsaber type swing from Thompson.
Did you make the sound effect?
Perfect, John.
I don't have Waka Waka anymore, so got to improvise now.
2 outs and a runner at first for Rutgers. It's 3-0 Iowa in the second. Cade's next pitch. Slider hit down the left field line, and that will slice foul. Plenty of Iowa fans taking in tonight's game. Not many from Rutgers.
A good turnout. You were asking about the Nebraska turnout last night. It was good. This is similar, at least from the Iowa perspective.
Deep breath from Obermueller, sent with the 0-2, and he'll throw it over to first. It's a bad throw, and down the right field line. It stays on the infield, so Guerin picks it up. And Sweeney will advance to second. Cade really struggles with pickoff moves to first. It's been an all-year type of thing.
But then it picks a couple guys off, and it's it's almost when he tries to go soft with the throw, like I don't really think I'm going to get you, so I'm not going to try very hard.
0-2 the pitch. Strike 3 called. He got it on the outer edge, and he froze Thompson for his 4th strikeout of the game. Forget the base runner. Let's get the batter.
Thompson complaining about a pitch that's on the outer third of the plate. I mean, and not even on the edge. Good pitch there. We're through inning and a half. Hawks lead 3-0.
Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Choose the best Honda with more Best Buy awards than any other brand. Save thousands with 0.99% APR financing on new Hondas like the 25 Prologue. To drive the best with 0.99%, search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Financing on credit approval. Offer ends 7/7/25. For more information, visit KellyBlueBooksKBB.com. Kelly Blue Book is a registered trademark of Kelly Blue Book Co. Inc.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
Iowa leads Rutgers 3-0 as we get to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Iowa has the top of its order due up after the Hawkeyes batted around and plated 3 runs in the first. But this time they'll be facing a new Rutgers pitcher. This is Luke Fithian, a right-handed freshman, standing at 6 feet and 2 inches.
Fithian has made 11 appearances. He's 1-0 with 3 saves, 31 2/3 innings, 31 hits, 15 runs, 14 of those are earned, 13 walks, 26 strikeouts. Generally a pretty good strike thrower. ERA is just under 4. Fastball is going to get up there in the upper 80s. He'll touch 90. He'll throw a slider. He'll throw a change. But again, kind of the same thing. He's not going to throw a ton of the off-speed stuff for strikes. So if Iowa can recognize it, lay off of it, they're going to get some fastballs to hit.
The Hawkeyes with 4 hits in the first inning, all of them singles, including a bunt single from Kellen Strohmeyer that brought in a run. Moore is the first Iowa hitter in the second. He grounded out to Thompson at second in the first. Fithian delivers low for ball 1. Rutgers wearing all black uniforms today. It's a pretty sharp look for the Scarlet Knights. They can pull off the all black. Their bright red numerals and logo on the front really makes the uniform pop. They've got red belts, black cleats as well. They wear a black cap in the field with a red bill. Iowa in their typical Fridays, the all whites with Hawkeyes spelled out in black block lettering across the chest. Black numerals with gold trim on the uniforms for Iowa today. Moore has swung and missed at 2 consecutive pitches. He's down in the count now, 1-2.
Don't hate the fastball swinging, but chase the changeup there.
So Iowa gets Shattuck out of the game and now facing Fithian. 1-2 to Reese. Low and away.
Ish.
Really pounding the bottom portion of the zone. That pitch was close.
We're still kind of feeling out where the strike zone is.
I think it's tight. 2-2. Reese swings and misses. He's out number 1. Reese still trying to find his stroke here at the end of the year.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a funk here. That's just 91 up in the zone. That's a pitch he can do a lot of damage to in a lot of cases.
1 away for Gable Mitchell. He got things started for Iowa in the first. Fastball downstairs from Fithian. Gable singled, and then when Shattuck tried to pick him off, Gable wound up third after a poor throw.
And that was huge because it brought the infield in against Caleb Wolf.
Mitchell lines one up the middle and threw into center field just as he did back in the first. Gable on for the second time today.
84 ins, caught the breaking ball and sent it 100 right back up the box. Good piece of hitting there. Gable stayed right down on it. Drove it right past Grady Smith, the second base umpire. See how particular they are with Gable over at first. Fithian pitched against Iowa in early March, through 2 innings, gave up just 1 hit, a walk, struck out a batter in 2 innings, faced 8 batters, did throw 44 pitches to get through his 2 innings. That fastball off the plate, but called a strike.
Fithian was in the 9th inning, too. They were trying to get him to close the door on Iowa in that Friday night game, which they ultimately did. But as you mentioned, John, the walk and the single came in the 9th, and then Rutgers went to their submarine pitcher, Berglund, to get the final out of that one. So they were trying to get Fithian at the end of the game to close out Iowa. Did a reasonable job. 1 ball and 1 strike on Caleb Wolf. RBI single for Wolfie in the first. Mitchell, the runner at first base. The next pitch to Caleb gets under it and scoops it foul over to the left. Shadows extending across the entire field now, with the exception of a small wedge in center. But Cohen and Risley, the respective center fielders for each team, won't have to deal with that for much longer.
And that's not a spot that Wolfie hits it to.
1-2, the pitch from Fithian. Caleb stays alive, hitting it foul over the Iowa on-deck circle to the left. Wind continuing to whip, but this time it's over towards the scoreboard in right. All day today it was straight out to center, and still balls were having a little trouble getting out of here. But now, sharpest over to right. 1-2 to Caleb. He hits in the air, shallow left center. Left fielder coming on. He slides and makes the catch. Going to try to double up Gable Mitchell by throwing it back to first, but Gable is back. Wolf flies out for the second out of the inning.
Good play there by R.J. Johnson Jr.
No hesitation from him.
No, went hard after it. Able to pick it right off the turf, and then just came up and threw a pretty good seed. He ends up catching that waist high. Boy, his glasses are flopping in front of him, and he's still not distracted a bit.
Miles Risley up with 2 outs in the Iowa second. 3-0 Hawks. Great first inning from Iowa. More traffic here in the second, but just 1 base runner so far. Mitchell with his second hit of the night. He stalks at first base. Risley takes downstairs. Maybe a touch in, ball 1.
Fithian not incredibly quick to the plate. And with the off-speed pitches being a little bit slower, if you guess correctly over there, Mitchell's a stolen base threat with 12 on the year.
1-0. Miles takes in the same spot. Low and in with the off-speed this time from Fithian. 2 balls, no strikes. Miles, for a majority of the season, batting up over 300. 297 now as he sends a ground ball to short. Carreras has it on the run, throws to first to get Risley for the third out. A single from Gable Mitchell, but that's it for the Hawks in the second. 3-0 Iowa. We're back for the third after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bumps Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bumps is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bumps and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bumps Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state, changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Third-seeded Iowa on top of 10th-seeded Rutgers so far this evening. We are headed to the third. Iowa 3, Rutgers nothing. Cade Obermuller will face R.J. Johnson, and then the top of the Scarlet Knights order. Johnson, the left fielder. For Rutgers, Cade through 2 innings has allowed 1 hit, struck out 4. The 1 hit was a double to start the game. Cade has thrown 31 pitches in 2 innings.
Didn't he do that some other game? Gave up a leadoff hit and then started to mow after that?
Yeah, I could start flipping through my book. Cade had a very poor first inning against Rutgers back when we met in March. Gave up a couple of hits, hit a batter, had an error himself.
My face was frozen there. I don't remember.
I don't remember anything from that one. Cade's a little bit sharper to start this one as he deals a strike past R.J. Johnson. It was cold. I'm looking back at my notes. It was 40s and windy.
They made us sit outside. It was cold.
Yep. No balls and a strike on Johnson, left-handed hitter. Pitch from Cade. Swing and a miss. Spun it in.
The great tailgating tent that we basically had for cover.
Yep. It's hard to do a game out there. No balls and 2 strikes on Johnson. Cade set from the belt, kicks and fires. Strike 3.
Really good pitch there. Just had him completely outmatched. Breaking ball, edge of the plate.
So Cade, a time through the order, has allowed 1 hit and he struck out 5. I'd say that's off to a good start.
That's a good roll through.
Flip it to the top for Brennan Hyde, who has Rutgers' only hit. It was a double down the right field line. First pitch from Cade is in perfect spot. Low and in with the fastball at 92. You know, that comes across the zone on that right-handed hitter. Very tough location.
Yeah, with the way he delivers it with a little bit of a 3/4 arc. Steps well out toward first. It's really coming in from an unusual angle into the right-handed hitters.
One ball, 1 strike. Bases empty and 1 out for Rutgers in the third. The pitch from Obi, just low, maybe a bit outside with the slider. 2 balls and a strike on Hyde. Right fielder for Rutgers. Cade's next pitch is swung on and missed. Change up there from Cade, I think. 2-2.
Yeah, that was dirty. Had him way out in front. As Hyde was looking fastball ahead in the count. Cade did not give it to him. See if he can finish the at-bat now.
Obermuller said he grips it and rips it. Fly ball hit into shallow right. Kellen Strohmeyer calling everybody off. And Stroh makes the catch for the second out.
As we saw last night, assume nothing on those fly balls. And really the wind is playing some tricks. It's really sheltered in the field of play because of the way the stands are built up, but a ball that gets up high or it kind of catches the wind in between the eave of the roof can kind of blow it around a little bit. So outfielders really have to judge it well.
And I suppose if it gets high enough, it could get caught into a different pattern. 2 outs for Ty Doucette, who twirls away from an inside pitch from Obermuller.
And we saw that with guys tracking pop-ups. Even this morning, we saw the shortstop from UCLA drift and drift and drift and finally make a catch, kind of almost falling down, going backwards.
Fastball just low from Cade at 92. 2 balls and no strikes on Doucette in the third. Iowa on top 3-0. Winner moves on to the semifinal against UCLA on Saturday, regardless of outcome for Iowa's matchup against Indiana on Friday afternoon.
And there was Cade again. Gave off speed to Doucette in a hitter's count 2-0. Doucette way out in front of it, just fouled it back to the screen.
Two balls and a strike with 2 outs. Cade's next pitch. Grounded foul to the left.
Again, good battle back from Cade here to get the count back to 2-2. See if he can finish Doucette off here and get a 1-2-3 inning.
He struck him out in the first. We'll see if he can do it again in the third. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Really well done there. Went to the off-speed pitch again. Doucette goes fishing, doesn't come up with anything on the hook.
Bottom of the third coming up. Iowa 3, Rutgers nothing. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. That includes the fuel in our vehicles. So when you fill up, pump it up with unleaded 88 and support Iowa's corn farmers.
Bottom of the third, Iowa 3, Rutgers nothing. Cade Obermueller with a 1-2-3 inning. He set the Scarlet Knights down in order. In the top half of this inning, we'll see what Iowa can do, facing Luke Fithian in his second inning of work after the Hawkeyes chased Rutgers starter Justin Shattuck. After just 1 inning, he gave up 4 hits, 3 runs, walked 2, struck out 1. He threw over 40 pitches. Wasn't expected to go super long for the Scarlet Knights, but I think Iowa broke that chain earlier than Rutgers was hoping for.
No, 100%. That was, I think they would have hoped to get 4 or 5 innings out of him and be competitive in the game. Instead, they competitive in the game, but only got an inning.
3-0 Iowa, bottom of the third. Here's Jackson Frost. First pitch, fastball low and in. Jackson to load up the bases in the first inning.
You want to see Iowa, even though it's a new pitcher, you want to see Iowa really kind of command the same thing. And a great job here from Jackson on the first 2 pitches. Competitive and around the zone, but he hasn't helped out, and he's ahead now 2-0.
A lot of room down that left field line for Jackson as he takes a fastball upstairs for ball 3. I don't know if Iowa has been given the take sign, but we've seen him take a lot more first pitch strikes than we had the last couple weeks.
Oh, absolutely, and just a discipline to know, hey, you can get deep into counts on this guy and still make contact later.
Or you can walk on 4 pitches.
That works too. However you want to be a base runner, I'm all for it. Jason's been successful twice, so all for it.
And we'll see Dan Rogers come up, bounced into a fielder's choice that brought in a run back in the first. 3-0 Iowa, bottom of the third. The Rutgers outfield is giving D-Raj left center. Look at all that room out there. Rogers struggling a bit lately. First pitch strike from Fithian.
Yeah, joked about how Caleb Wolf might not hit it to left center, but Rutgers has the pop to do that.
Good lead at first from Frost, and Fithian will lob it over.
Frost just one stolen base, but does have good speed.
Oh and 1 on Rutgers. The pitch. Low and away. 1-1. Third baseman playing in on the grass. The 1-1 to Rutgers is at the knees for a strike.
Daniel's been a little up and down this year. You know, he's had some really hot stretches and some really cold ones. Just scuffling a little, but boy, now'd be a good time to find the stroke and get hot again.
Down in the count here, 1-2 as Fithian delivers. And Rutgers takes just in 2-2.
It is a really tight strike zone right now.
It is. Nobody out for Iowa in the third. Another base runner. It's Frost at first base. Rutgers swings and misses at the 2-2, and he's out number 1.
Second strikeout for Fithian.
Fastball low and away. Rutgers could not draw contact. Here's Kellen Strohmeyer. Kellen decided to trim up his hair before the trip to Omaha. Clean cut for Kellen. First pitch strike.
Yeah, I've never seen him like that. I mean, he had the sunshine white line that was probably almost an inch wide. It was that part of his head has not seen sun in years.
Who's the new kid? 0-1. The pitch. Strohmeyer waves and misses. 0-2.
He said it was just a instead of going with a playoff beard, he cut off the lettuce and went that way.
He does have a hit today, so he's off to a good start, but in some trouble here. 0-2 as Fithian delivers, and Kellen watches a fastball sail high and away.
Yeah, I was looking for like a great story as to why he did it, but just said it was just a summertime thing.
Runner takes off. The pitch is outside. Frost will go back to first, so a false step. And it's 2-2.
That's because Fithian, instead of doing the traditional kick, he glide stepped. And Frost saw the glide, and that's kind of an abort mission because pitcher will get it to the plate a couple tenths faster.
2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch to Strohmeyer. Kellen sliced it foul over to the left. This is turning into a decent at bat for Kellen. Next pitch, Kellen watches it miss outside. Chattel tried to bring it in, but it was too far out, and the count's now full.
See if that puts Frost in motion now. Just 1 out, but good speed, good contact from Stroh.
Fithian quickly whipped it over to first. Thinking the same thing that you are there, John. We've seen Iowa run in this situation a lot, even though there are not quite 2 outs. Full count pitch to Strohmeyer. Here it comes. Jackson takes off. Kellen watched it miss, low and away. Ball 4. Couple of walks in the inning. Put runners at first and second for the black and gold.
That's a great at bat from Kellen. That ball's down and away.
Iowa's discipline is matching the strike zone. They're not chasing these pitches.
Well, and it is out. It's 2-3 balls out. Sometimes we've seen that called a strike this year, but on our more generous umpires. This is certainly not one of our more generous umpires, and Iowa came with an approach, and it's really a tough approach for the Rutgers pitching because they tend to be around the zone a little bit, not really straight in it.
Around it, not in it. That's a good way to describe Rutgers pitching, John. Iowa's been in the strike zone much more. Here's Blake Guerin. Runners at first and second. 1 out for Iowa in the third. Blake showing the bunt. The pitch sailed low and out. 2-0. Iowa already up 3-0. Constant pressure through 3 innings so far.
Oh, absolutely. And to that point, Cade's been 68% strikes. Rutgers pitching right now is at 54.
Bingo. Hitters count for Guerin. We'll see if the bunt is still on or if they let him swing away. Fithian set, and he pitches. Blake takes down the heart of the plate, 2-1. Blake walked in the first, but man, he got a hold of one down the left field line, just foul.
Yeah, Blake, 21 hits on the year, 14 have gone for extra bases.
Inside move and a throw to second. Frost getting back without a dive. Iowa 3, Rutgers nothing. Bottom of the third. Gorgeous night in Omaha. It's not hot. It's not cold. There's not really even a chill in the air. It's just totally mild. Perfect tonight. 2 balls and a strike. The pitch to Guerin. Blake takes at the knees. Strike 2.
Reese Buter on Big Ten Network was the dugout interview here in the bottom of the third inning.
I'm sure that was a hoot. Guerin trying to stay alive here, 2-2. Fithian has worked back. The pitch. Blake hits it on the ground to third. Santos waits for it. Now he will tag Frost and throw to first to get Guerin for the double play.
Boy, that is all on Jackson there. Stop. Don't run into the out. Make him come get you, and you can avoid the double play.
Instead, Santos makes the heads-up play and gets Rutgers out of a little bit of trouble in the third. 4th inning coming up. Iowa 3, Rutgers nothing. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Another great harvest thanks to Pioneer brand corn.
Just a few questions.
Who are you?
Kim Kernel, Ag Sports News. I've been chasing your combine for a while. How does it feel getting 10 more bushels per acre over last season?
It feels great. Couldn't have done it without Pioneer. It's America's #1 corn brand.
And there you have it, folks. Live from the field.
Who are you talking to?
Pioneer. Your best year starts here. Learn more at pioneer.com/letsgrow.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Before we head to the top of the 4th inning, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Iowa 3, Rutgers nothing as we get to the top of the 4th. It's a treat to have you along on the Hawkeye Radio Network. John Evans and John Leo with you this week. Have a game against Indiana on Friday at 2 o'clock. Hopefully the Hawkeyes are also playing on Saturday. We'll know if the Hawkeyes are playing on Saturday based on the outcome of tonight's game against Rutgers. If Iowa beats Rutgers, we'll talk to you on Friday, and we'll talk to you on Saturday night in the semifinal against the Bruins. Cade Obermueller out for the 4th, and he'll face 3, 4, 5. Good order, good part of the order for Rutgers. Starting with Cohen, who takes a slider for strike 1. Cohen with a good at bat in the first on Cade, but he flied out to Nelson in left.
If Rutgers comes back and win, are you going full Bob Uecker on Friday?
We'll see what Friday holds. I do not know. 0-1. That's in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's a weird concept to really think about. I don't think I've ever been a part of one of those. Broadcasting a game that effectively does not matter.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it will be that way one way or the other.
1-1 to Cohen is hit well to left center field. Risley moving forward now in the gap. Miles looks up and he makes the catch for the first out of the 4th. I guess you're right, John. It's just what's our attitude and our mood going to be when we show up?
Yeah. If Iowa continues on this track and wins this game, your attitude about Friday not mattering is a whole lot different, because then it's just a crazy midweek game that you lose it, fine, you win it, great. That's interesting. We'll have to talk about that a little bit too. The RPI matters a bit still.
First pitch swinging is Santos, sends a chopper foul past Guerin at first. Yeah, there's a possibility, I guess, that Iowa could get into the NCAA tournament, make a regional at large. I'm under the impression, just based on, I don't know, my understanding or my thoughts, that we got to win this whole tournament.
That's the safest assumption to work on.
0-1 from Obermueller. Chopper hit weakly to short. Gable picks it off the turf. Throw on the run in time to get Santos 2 down.
Yeah, absolutely great play there from Gable. Again, the grass a little slower, certainly slower than the turf in Iowa City. Gable charges it the whole way, makes a good throw on the run, right on the money to Blake Guerin. But yeah, your safest assumption, so that you aren't sitting there, whatever it is, next Monday with your fingers crossed, is to win the tournament. Because probably the best Iowa can do if they don't win it would be to beat UCLA Saturday. That'll be an RPI boost. Play Oregon on Sunday. Don't beat Oregon. Or the weather's bad and it cancels the game and co-champs. But then you're talking about an upper 50s RPI.
That'd be right around, but I don't know. What do you think?
It's too high traditionally. What you're hoping for then is that your regular season body of work in the Big Ten. You finished outright third in the Big Ten.
Ooh. Check swing on a pitch in the dirt. I guess from up here it looked like Carreras went, but he did not. The count's 2-1 with 2 outs and the bases empty in the 4th.
And so you kind of hope, oh, man, that's right on the edge. Seeing those go either way.
Cade's 2-1 pitch is hit on the ground right side. Caleb Wolf has it at second base. He steps, he throws, back-to-back, 3 up, 3 down innings from Cade Obermueller. He's starting to deal. We'll continue the conversation when we come back. Bottom of the 4th, coming up, 3-0 Iowa. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Quinn Schulte, I play safety here at the University of Iowa. On the field, I stop the run, I make the tackle, and I get interceptions.
Rosmer to throw, has time.
Yes,
it's deflected, intercepted again by Quinn Schulte. He's running the other way at the 40-yard line. Hawks have another turnover. We're going to slam the lid, hopefully down. Here's an interception. That'll do it. And it's Quinn Schulte. And down there, the Hawkeyes will have first and goal.
Off the field, I help my body's defense by choosing vaccines that are right for me. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider which vaccines are right for you.
A message from Iowa HHS.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SiriusXM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
As a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
Bottom of the 4th inning in Omaha, Charles Schwab Field, Omaha. I think that's the first time I got it right.
We are technically in Omaha. We are technically at Charles Schwab Field, but it's Charles Schwab Field, Omaha. Nice work. You're getting there.
You know that I can be stubborn. I might purposely get it wrong all weekend.
Just out of spite. Yeah. It's like it's not the IFS.AI Big Ten tournament.
Right. 3-0 Iowa, bottom of the 4th. Iowa scored 3 in the 1st, had 4 hits. Have had a couple of base runners since then. We'd like to see Iowa get back on the scoreboard here, though, as Luke Fithian comes back out. This will be his 3rd inning. He's given up 1 hit, walked 2, struck out 2. Andy Nelson to lead it off. First pitch outside. Ball 1. Fithian sitting at around 40 pitches. There's some bodies in the Rutgers bullpen beyond the right field wall.
He's been in the 70s a couple times, threw 40 pitches just 5 days ago, though. So you kind of wonder, is he a 50, 60 pitch guy this outing? So he's in a pretty good spot, but if Iowa can chase him a little bit, you could make this his last inning of work if you put some pressure on here.
Nelson struck out back in the 1st. He gets a chance to lead off the bottom of the 4th. 1-1. Andy takes away, ball 2. Nelson, a 245 hitter. Just kind of been the hitter that he has been this year. I think career-wise, Andy, a little bit better than that. Inside 3-1.
Andy's broken into some patterns this year. You know, he's really seen some good pitches, hit some good pitches. But even that at-bat in the first, you've kind of seen it. If a pitcher can dot that fastball on the inside part of the plate, they've been able to strike him out looking a couple times this year.
Fifth set, the 3-1 to Nelson. Andy swings and misses. Full count.
Based on where the strike zone's been, that would have been an interesting call, as that was up and in, but in the strike zone.
3-2, Andy hits high to left field. Johnson camped underneath. Coming forward a few steps, he brings it in for the first out.
And that was that's Andy, though, improving. I mean, because that's the fastball exactly the same spot they got him. So that's him understanding how they're going to try to get me out. Just got under that fastball a little bit and launched it up in the air. Hit it solid, just up.
Third at bat of the game upcoming for Reese Moore. He's 0 for 2, ground out and a strikeout. Looking up and down the lineup today as Reese takes outside for ball 1. Four hitters have base hits for Iowa. 4 hitters account for the 5 hits. Reese will not have a base hit here as he pops up to short for the second out.
Good fastball there, down and in on Reese. And again, a pitch when he's going good can do a lot of damage, but that one just kind of forked it out to short.
It's not our job to know, but I don't know what it is for Reese right now, because just as you said, that pitch, he hammers that most of the time. That down and in, boy, he can get that barreled up and turned on down the right field line, and instead popped it up softly to short.
It's usually a sign that you're guessing a little bit, so that instead of the spots you like, you're moving into other spots, and you change where your sight line is, and you move into something different.
Gable Mitchell, the batter. He's 2 for 2 with a couple of singles today. Runs scored back in the first. It's 3-0 Iowa. We're in the bottom of the fourth, moving right along. Swing and a miss by Gable. 1-2 now. Iowa trying to avoid a 1-2-3 inning in the fourth, as Fithian has done a nice job.
Got 2 really good fastballs to Gable. That spiked the off speed, but sent 2 fastballs right past him.
Ball and 2 strikes. Next delivery to Gable. Here it comes. Ground ball up the middle and through into center field. Mitchell has 3 singles today, and they are all right up the gut.
Tried to get a third fastball by him and left it up in the zone. Mitchell, great job going up and getting it. They've gotten progressively shorter how far they've flown, but they've all been on pretty much the same exit line. Iowa avoids going 3 up, 3 down here in the fourth, and see if Caleb Wolf can stretch out the inning a bit.
Base runner in every inning for the black and gold, but have only scored in 1. Caleb Wolf up with 2 outs. First pitch to Wolf, he's outside. Ball 1. Caleb with a single and a fly out today. I like this lineup for Iowa. Have Wolf at second, Nelson and Strohmeyer in the corner outfield positions. In the absence of Ben Wilmus, left fielder injured the second to last weekend. Final game of the Oregon State series.
Final inning of the Oregon State series, top of the 10th inning.
Ben, one of 8 Hawkeyes to earn all Big Ten honors. We'll talk about that in the 5th. 1-0 to Wolf. Fouled it back into the netting. There's a right-hander in the Rutgers bullpen just tossing a baseball around to himself.
Single ball juggling?
Yes.
The way you made it sound is he's pitching it and running it and catching it.
He either got ready in a hurry or he hasn't even taken to the mound yet. I haven't been paying that close attention to Rutgers' bullpen.
As an only child, I played catch with myself a lot too, but it's not that easy to do.
Ball and a strike on Wolf with 2 outs in the 4th. Long pause from Fithian. He'll throw it over to first for the 3rd time. Gable's back. You think Gable's going here? He's got a pretty good lead, but
if you kind of think, Fithian likes to throw the off speed on even counts.
not even anymore as the pitch sailed low and away from Wolf. 2-1. Iowa out hitting Rutgers 6-1. And leading the free base category by a healthy margin. 2-1. Wolf lines into left field. That is down for a base hit in front of Johnson. Back-to-back singles for the Hawks now in the 4th. And Iowa could really use a clutch base knock from Miles Risley, who is putting on his batting gloves and strolling to the box.
As you and I talked about it in the break between innings, it's been successful in terms of, you're going to get, you got Fithian's pitch count over 50. I think this is just a visit because.
Oop. You were checking out the bullpen.
Door is open.
Yep, I was watching the pitching coach point down that right field line. New pitcher coming in for Rutgers. We'll have to hold that thought, John, or we'll support it and solidify it when we come back after this pitching change break. 3-0 Iowa. We're back for the bottom of the 4th after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Wyatt Black, defensive line, Iowa. On the field, I take on double teams, stop the run, and sack the quarterback.
Sullivan now runs for his life, and he's obliterated by Y.A. Black. Here's the snap, the spot.
Yes,
and it's blocked it. Kick is
don't touch it. Don't touch the ball.
Hawks get it back. Y.A. Black, that man, what a momentum shift there.
Off the field, I help my body's defense by choosing vaccines that are right for me. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider which vaccines are right for you.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by Molly's Cupcakes in downtown Iowa City for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes is a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Iowa leading Rutgers 3-0 in the bottom of the 4th. Back-to-back singles from Mitchell and then Wolf. With 2 outs has forced a Rutgers pitching change. They'll go with Quinn Berglund, right-handed graduate student, standing at 6'2".
21 appearances on the season for Berglund. He's 3-4 with 5 saves, 41 2/3 innings, 41 hits, 22 runs, 21 of those are earned. He's walked 26 and struck out 35. Actually pitched twice against Iowa. Got a 1-out save as the. Was it Fithian that then hurt his arm in that game? Because
I think you're right.
Because Fithian left the game with an injured arm, so got the save there. Then threw 2 2/3 on Sunday, gave up a run on a couple hits as Iowa won the series. Actually threw yesterday as well, just 4 pitches yesterday as he came in to try to close out the game. Fastball's just going to be in the mid-80s as he throws it way down sidearm, and then he throws just a bunch of junk after that.
Hasn't thrown a strike to Miles Risley. It's been low and out on both pitches. Miles 1 for 2 tonight. First and second with 2 outs. Big spot middle of the game. Iowa leading 3-0. Here's the 2-0 to Risley. Miles takes at the knees, right down there, 2-1.
It's a good take, though, with the way that this umpire has called strikes. Berglund's going to have to come in, even with that sweeper, so you're going to get an opportunity. He's not going to overpower you.
2-1 to Risley. Low and out. Ball got away. Runners on the move to third. At least Gable Mitchell will take third. Wolfie stays at first base. Tough read for Caleb, so runners at the corners now.
It's a tough move for Caleb because you can't take off if Gable doesn't see that the ball snuck past. So not a bad play there from Caleb to make sure, and a good job from Gable then to get going.
3 balls and a strike on Risley with 2 outs. Berglund from the belt. Delivers. Miles sends right back up the middle. It's off of Berglund to the shortstop. Picked up, thrown on the run to first. Not in time. Gable Mitchell scores. 4-0 Hawks.
85 in, 95 out right off Berglund's ankle. And that was a big run for the Hawks and makes that wild pitch a big free base as well.
Huge.
Because otherwise that's just bases loaded and 2 outs. Instead, right back up off the, actually goes off his right calf. And Jackson Frost will have a chance to add for the Hawks.
First and second and 2 outs for Frost. 4-0 Iowa. First pitch to Jackson's outside, ball 1. Two-out magic for the Hawks.
2 outs, runner in scoring position, a lot of big stuff.
Inside on Jackson, ball 2.
Some of the demons that were haunting Iowa, they're maybe exercising some of those. Again, it's a long game. You got a lot of stuff to do still, but better feeling so far.
Berglund drops down and offers the 2-0 for a strike to Frost.
Iowa led Oregon 6-2 also.
Got to keep playing.
Rutgers is not quite Oregon. Let's start with that.
Not many teams are like Oregon. Frost hits the 2-1 on the ground, foul to third. Had to do a lot of explaining to some folks the last few days. Hey, listen, that Oregon team we played, yeah, they could be playing in this stadium in a few weeks.
Yeah.
Past this weekend, what I'm talking about. 2-2 on Frost, the pitch. Jackson got a piece of it, hit it foul off the end of the bat, way out in front of the off speed.
Yeah, it's not inconceivable that Oregon will spend some time here in the middle of June.
Right. Iowa 4, Rutgers nothing in the bottom of the 4th. 2-2 to Jackson. Inside, ball 3. Great discipline from the Hawks tonight. They are honed in, absolutely focused.
Yeah, and again, this umpire is perfect for the Iowa approach. Is not giving edges, not giving low.
Runners going on the 3-2. Jackson hits right side and just foul over Doucette at first.
Boy,
couple feet to the right of the line.
That's the weird little duck snort. You'd pay good money to have that land on the correct side of the line there. It's just a flare, 61 miles an hour off the bat as Berglund got the fastball in on Frost.
We'll do it again at 3-2. Base runners Wolf and Risley. There they go, the 3-2. Jackson with a half swing, stays alive, knocking it foul.
Good protection there. Thought he was going to get busted inside. Fought it off. And that's a good pitch from Berglund, too. Submarine guys don't usually come up in the zone. He was able to get that one to ride up and in on Frosty.
Payoff pitch. Jackson swings and misses. Berglund got it by him for the 3rd out. Iowa adds another. 4-0 Hawks. We'll bring you the 5th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Join the Swarm and team up with Iowa athletes to support local charities. Make a difference today. Visit iowaswarm.com to learn more.
Top of the 5th inning in Omaha. John Evans and John Leo. Happy to have you along with us tonight. It is 4-0 Iowa leading the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. The Hawkeyes looking to get into the semifinal of the Big Ten tournament. A win tonight would do that. A loss would not. So Iowa trying to hold on and finish strong and punch their ticket to the semifinal. If Rutgers wins this game, they're on to the semifinal against UCLA. They'd have to hang around for a few more days, but Iowa not trying to allow that opportunity to Rutgers. Top of the 5th, 4-0 Hawkeyes. Cade Obermuller back for another inning of work. He's thrown 4 innings, given up 1 hit. He's struck out 6. He's been good, he's been clean, he's been sharp.
Yeah, and that's, again, Hawk bats added to the lead for him, so you want to see him get back in, get right in the zone, especially here as he gets to the bottom of the order. Just get in the zone and try to dominate.
Occasionally, Cade will have those moments in each start where it gets a little shaky. I think back to the Washington game where he mowed the Huskies down through 4 innings and then struggled in the 5th. Maybe there are moments in each game where it gets a little testy for Cade. It'd be great to avoid that tonight.
Well, it's rare that it goes great all the time.
Yes.
You're usually battling through some adversity. It's just a matter of whether it's self-induced adversity or whether the other team does something to you. And if the other team does something, fine, you shake it off. And, just like leadoff double, fine, shook it off, got a couple strikeouts. You just don't want to help them at this point.
Cade pitching to Matt Chattel. There's a strike, 1-1. And the other point to that, too, how quickly can you snap out of it and get back on track?
Right. One self-induced wound is fine. Death by 1,000 cuts of your own aren't great.
Obi set with the 1-1. Here it comes. Ooh, just missed. Upstairs for ball 2. 8 Hawkeyes earned all Big Ten honors as announced by the Big Ten on Tuesday. Cade Obermuller, one of them. Here's the 2-1 from Obi. Fouled back to the pad, 2-2. Cade, along with Aaron Savory and Reese Moore, were first team all Big Ten.
Testament to the way Iowa pitched this year.
That's right.
Friday and Saturday starter were first team all Big Ten.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Cade comes set. And he's ready to pitch to the right-handed hitting Chattel. Here it comes. Fouled it off to the right. Chattel bounced out to first. Back in the 2nd inning.
Chattel caught a break there because that ball was strike 3 and he's kind of half drug his bat into the zone trying to check his swing. And fortunately for him, his bat made contact.
Cade working a bit here. The 2-2 to Chattel. A swinging bunt foul to the left. Dan Rogers will track it down in foul ground. Rogers, a second-team selection, along with Reese Buter. So Iowa's starting rotation, all within the top 2 teams of the Big Ten. The only school in the Big Ten to have that honor. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Obermuller trying to get Chattel. From the belt, he feels it and deals it. Just high and out, ball 3 from Cade. Ben Wilmus was 3rd team. Jackson Frost, all freshmen. And Max Burt got the Sportsmanship Award. 3-2. The pitch from Cade. Just high and out, missed with the fastball. Leadoff walk of Chattel. Puts him on base, 3rd base runner.
Well, and you kind of mentioned it there. So that's, you hate walking a guy, but Chattel earned that walk. Fouled off a couple really good pitches. Maybe got a little lucky on one of them to foul it off, but stayed alive, drew the walk. So now how does Cade respond to that?
Sweeney is up. He was hit by a pitch back in the second. Cade deals him a strike.
That's the first friendly strike zone for either pitcher.
Mm-hmm. Runner at first and nobody out in the fifth. Iowa leading 4-0. Cade's next pitch is hit on the ground to third. Frost waiting for it. Now he picks it up. He'll go to first, his only play, to record the out. Chattel gets to second.
Yeah, that ball off the turf gets to him a lot quicker and just kind of caught him off guard. You know, Iowa played on grass in Des Moines, but before that it had been in Texas in the middle of March since they played in grass. So smart play though. Again, you're up 4-0. You make sure you field the ball and make a play, get an out, and then move on from there.
JT Thompson is up. 0-for-1 with a strikeout. Runner at second for Rutgers. First pitch slider away from Thompson, the left-handed hitter. Leadoff walk of Chattel. He stands at second base now after the ground out by Sweeney. 1-0 to Thompson from Cade. Here it comes. Outside again, ball 2.
Thompson, more walks than strikeouts.
Hit by a ton of pitches,
yeah,
too.
Hit by a ton of pitches. Cade did a good job to get him looking the first time. Falling behind now here, 2-0.
There's a fastball for a strike at the knees. Thompson doesn't like it.
Thompson didn't like the strike 3 call either. That was in exactly the same place.
Just awfully critical.
A third of the plate, not even on an edge.
2-1. Cade trying to work back into this count. Pitch. Low and away. Ball 3. Overthrew the fastball.
The funny thing is when you complain about a pitch like that, you basically tell the umpire you don't know where the strike zone is.
Doesn't look very good on you.
No, and so he's basically going to look at you and go, okay, the strike zone might get just a little bit bigger just because you don't know where it is.
3-1 is lined to left, and that will slice foul. 3-2. This is a big pitch here for Cade in the fifth. See if he can work all the way back to get Thompson. One out runner at second for the Scarlet Knights. It's 4-0 Iowa. This is pitch number 70 for Obermueller. Cade ready.
Sweep him.
The pause and the pitch. Grounded foul. Barely got a piece of it. Thompson's head and his eyes were checking himself out in the scoreboard and right. Cade went fastball on that one. We'll see what he throws here. Another 3-2. Swing and a miss. He got Thompson. Rogers has to throw it down to first to record the out, and he does so accurately. Holy smokes, Thompson went golfing.
He wanted to chase. You could feel he wanted to chase if you just gave him I thought you'd have to give him a pitch that looked better than that. That ball is never a strike. I mean, never even a thought of a strike. He is on full go swing the whole time. Great job from Daniel Rogers to block it, push it out in front of him.
Literal dirt from Cade. And he gets a strikeout for the second out of the inning. Good looking pitch from Cade to start R.J. Johnson's at bat, but it was outside, maybe a touch low.
Strikeout number 7 for Cade.
Johnson, the 9-hitter for the Scarlet Knights. And he rips it into right center field. Strohmeyer back. He leaps up and he makes the catch for the third out. Strohmeyer with a great read right off the bat.
Got it right away. Got a good jump on it. Pulled it in easily with the 6'3 frame.
Leadoff walk does not hurt Obermueller. Bottom of the fifth coming up. Iowa 4, Rutgers nothing. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
There's a new head Hawk in town. Ben McCullum is entering his first season as the Iowa men's basketball coach. McCullum is striving to continue his winning ways in Iowa City. Join us for the new era of Iowa basketball. Reserve your season tickets for the 2025-26 season today. Give us a call at 1-800-IA Hawks to learn more. On Iowa, go Hawks.
Want to win cash? How about an exclusive meet and greet with a NASCAR Cup Series champion driver? Or maybe a shot at $1 million is more your thing. You could win one of these prizes when you enter the NASCAR Race Weekend promotion from the Iowa Lottery. Get your Powerball double play ticket at your favorite Iowa Lottery retailer, and it could be your ticket to win big. Enter today and find details at ialottery.com.
Dan Rogers will lead off Iowa's 5th inning. Hawkeyes up on Rutgers 4-0. Quinn Berglund still pitching for RU. Shattuck got the start. He only went an inning. Luke Fithian, the freshman, came in relief. 2 2/3 for Fithian. 3 hits, 1 run. Walked 2, struck out 2. Berglund has recently come into the game. He recorded the final out of the 4th. Lights taking full effect on the field now. Iowa leading Rutgers 4-0 in the bottom of the 5th. Action picks up at the tournament tomorrow. Michigan and UCLA will play at 10. USC and Penn State will play at 2 o'clock. The winner of that one will win Pool D. Oregon and Michigan State play at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Michigan and UCLA, Oregon and Michigan State rendered rather meaningless. USC and Penn State, same situation as us tonight against Rutgers, where this game means everything in Pool C. Rogers behind in the count, 0-2 to start the 5th. If Iowa wins, they'll play on Saturday night at 6 o'clock against UCLA for a spot in the championship game. Iowa will play Indiana on Friday afternoon at 2, regardless of tonight's outcome. Berglund with the 1-2 to Rogers. Here it comes. Dan fouls it back. Great uniform game today, by the way, between Rutgers and Iowa. Typically, I'm not in love with the all-black uniforms, but Rutgers, they can really pull that off with the bright red accents. They've got the Scarlet Knight logo offset on the left side of their uniform. 1-2 to Rogers is low and in. Iowa's got the all-whites. Very clean, sharp look. Equipment manager Dan Hubbard does an awesome job taking care of our uniforms. 2-2 on Rogers, the pitch. Dan sends foul on the ground to the right side. This is turning into a lengthy at-bat.
So I got the scoop. We heard Coach Heler talking to one of the tournament organizers, and we couldn't figure out what he was talking about or what they were talking about with any weather. Another good foul off there from Daniel Rogers. So allegedly, the forecast on Friday looks bad.
Based on what?
So,
I looked it up.
So there is a possibility.
Oh, boy.
And this might, Kyle.
Oh, you really want to do this to me?
Kyle could put breaking on this one.
Rogers sends the 2-2 in the air, shallow center field. Cohen has got it for the first out of the 5th. Proceed.
There is some possibility, or at least discussion, that Iowa's game against Indiana could be tomorrow night. Could play 4 games tomorrow on the Big Ten schedule to try to get another.
What are we going to do? Play at 9? 11?
And I kind of jokingly said, well, if Iowa can hold on and win here, there may only be 3 or 4 of us that show up for that game.
Kellen Strohmeyer batting for Iowa, swings through a fastball.
But
okay.
But
I'm not doubting you at all. I'm just, at that point.
I'm not a reporter. I'm only a reporter. But yeah, because my point was the same thing. Well, why even play the game?
Why are we
point?
staying up that late at night if it certainly doesn't matter? Which I haven't said, well, the game doesn't matter as much as I have the last few days.
And I mean, if you believe in Like Weather Channel, the forecasts are just, it's 30% chance of rain. It's not terrible.
I'm a Weather Channel guy.
All right, well, then you don't feel bad about it at all.
Strohmeyer laces this into left center field. R.J. Johnson with a full-out diving catch in the gap. What a play by the Rutgers left fielder.
That was ridiculous. 105 off the bat for Kellen Strohmeyer. And unfortunately, with just enough tail on it to get it right back to Johnson Jr. Wow, what an outstanding play by him. Just slices right back to him.
He had to jump out and up to get that one.
Yeah, that ball is nearly over his head by the time he gets his arm up to grab it. Just turns into a loud second out here in the 5th inning.
I don't know whose weather app we're using down there. But I look at the Weather Channel and I see, okay, cloudy or 20%. And keep in mind, not that this is a major bragging point. I did dabble in the meteorology path for a while before I got into sports, communications, and radio. I was going to be a meteorologist. Garen clobbers another one foul to left. But, yeah, boy, that would be interesting.
Well, interestingly enough, if you like AccuWeather, well, then Saturday and Sunday look terrible. We may not get finished in if you believe those things. So
1-2 to Garen. Blake chopped foul left side.
I say, having worked in the golf business for a really long time and had people, are you going to cancel that golf tournament? Are you going to cancel that golf tournament? No. Show up. We're going to get as much in as we can, and if it rains, we'll figure it out.
Good take from Blake outside, 2-2. I like that idea. Let's not force any major change. I don't really want to stay up till midnight playing a game that we could be sleeping through. 2-2, another foul ball from Blake.
Well, because then the worst thing would be you're sitting there on Friday and it's perfect.
Sure, yeah.
And you're like, hey, why are we sitting in our hotel doing nothing?
And you know who would be. He'd have opinions on that one.
You'd be bouncing off the walls.
2-2 on Garen. The pitch from Berglund. Blake hits a ground ball to short. Carreras charging. He brings it in and he throws out Garen. The Hawkeyes go down in order for the first time tonight. It's in the 5th. But so far, Iowa in control, 4-0. And we'll bring you the 6th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll's conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more.
Grounds crew on the field, dragging the infield. Little field maintenance midway through the game. So far, so good for the Hawkeyes as we're on to the 6th. And Iowa leads Rutgers 4-0. I was explaining earlier, John, a couple of good games on paper tomorrow. Michigan, UCLA, by all intents and purposes, would be a good game. We'll see how much pitching Michigan has left. But that's at 10 tomorrow.
Yeah, Michigan threw every guy nearly every guy that started for him this year.
In a loss.
Yeah, that was which again just kind of showed the how important the first one was. And the same thing about the weather. Let's get through this and win it, and we'll figure out what the next day brings.
Exactly.
That's the approach Michigan took, but they ended up losing in extra innings.
USC and Penn State to decide the winner of Pool D tomorrow at 2. That should be a good game.
Yeah, Penn State with a good win against Washington right before this game.
Cade Obermueller pumps a strike past Brennan Hyde. This is the top of the Rutgers order. Oregon and Michigan State, not as great of a game as you would have thought because Michigan State already threw Jerwa.
It'll be interesting to see how Oregon treats it.
0-1 is hit on the ground to third. Frost drops down to his knees, picks it off the grass, and throws a dart over to first. 1 down.
Nice play there. Kind of smothered it off to the side. Picked it clean and fired. That's where, as a third baseman playing in, you like having the grass.
Yes.
Little wet grass, was able to get over and flag it. Yeah, Oregon with nothing to play for tomorrow. That game really means nothing to them because the pool will be decided when they play Nebraska Friday night or so whatever weird time that might happen.
First pitch to Doucette is hit on the ground right side. Wolf picks it up in shallow right, but his throw is late to first. Iowa's shift hurt him a little bit there.
Yeah, and that's the one where on one hand you love Gable Mitchell and how 100% he goes at everything. And that's when you got to get out of the way. And he ends up sliding in front of Caleb. Really kind of, maybe it doesn't affect Caleb's approach to it at all for how he goes toward to reach it. But he's got to take a little bit different move at it because Mitchell's sliding at his ankles.
Second hit of the game for Rutgers. Infield single from Ty Doucette. Here's Trevor Cohen. A couple flyouts for him tonight. Strike one from Cade. Obermueller sitting at 77 pitches. We are in the 6th. Iowa 4, Rutgers nothing. Cade's 0-1 on its way. Half swing, and he got Cohen 0-2.
Just going back to the potential schedule change. I mean, we were game 3 today, and we're an hour late.
True.
I do not want to be game 4 tomorrow.
No thanks. No balls and 2 strikes. Cade's pitch. Hit on the ground right side. That's through into right field. Strohmeyer will pick it up. Keeping the runners at first and second. Back-to-back hits for the Scarlet Knights here in the 6th.
Not a terrible pitch, but probably too much plate on an 0-2 pitch from Cade.
Tried to go with the off-speed low. Probably didn't bury it enough. Iowa with some activity in its bullpen now.
As we talked about to open the game, number 1 and number 2 in the Big Ten in hits. So you probably weren't going to shut both of them down completely.
Right.
So now you just got to figure out how to work around this.
First and second, 1 out. Here's Pablo Santos. First pitch strike. It's a good start from Cade. Santos 0 for 2 with the ground out today. Cade also struck him out.
So you take the ground out. It's a guy Cade's shown he can strike out.
0-1 is the count on the right-handed hitter. Sends one back to the screen. 0-2.
Again, Cade left that ball in the middle of the plate, so better make sure you're fooling him if you're going to leave a pitch there.
1 out in the inning. Runners at first and second. Cade's 0-2. That's high.
I like the fastball up there, though. Get it above the zone. Give him something to look at.
See if he goes with the slider here. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Forget that. Take that, heater.
How about a fastball on the inside part of the plate? Strikeout number 8 for Cade. Out number 2 here in the 6th inning.
Zipped it right by Santos. And Jomar Carreras comes up for Rutgers. 0 for 2 tonight. Strikeout and a ground out. He comes up with runners at first and second. He's buried deep in the box, real close to Dan Rogers. First pitch from Cade. Strike 1. That first pitch slider has been on the money tonight. Iowa shifting to pull a little bit. Gable in the hole at short. The 0-1. Who just high and out, evening the count. Ball and a strike.
Yeah, outfielders left and center very shallow. Strohmeyer fairly deep and right.
Cade checks on the runner at second. That's Doucette. The 1-1 is hit in the air to right. Strohmeyer coming forward. He looks up and he hauls it in for the third out.
Outstanding work from Cade there to work around a couple of one-out singles. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning with Iowa up 4-0.
Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Brown Deer Golf Club in Coralville, featuring Bunkers Bar and Grill. Enjoy a great Bunkers menu with burgers, chicken, salads, and wraps, and Gimmy's Pizza and Wings, a new pop-up menu at Bunkers that's all about savory pizzas and mouth-watering wings. To-go orders are welcome, as are you and your family at Brown Deer Golf in Coralville. As we head to the bottom of the 6th inning and Iowa gets to pile on more runs, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Bottom of the 6th, Iowa 4, Rutgers nothing. And it'll be 9-1-2, Nelson, Moore, and Mitchell.
See if Andy can get things started for the Hawks here. You're comfortable at 4-0. You'd be really comfortable at 6 or 7-0.
Yes.
First pitch misses down low with the off speed.
Andy 0 for 2 today. Looking to get it started for Iowa in the 6th. The 1-0 is in for a strike from Berglund, 1-1. Berglund has tossed an inning and a third. He's thrown 35 pitches. The right-handed submarine deals the 1-1. It's hit on the ground to short. Carreras picks it off the dirt and throws out Nelson. For the first out of the 6th, Iowa went down in order in the 5th for the first time today.
Yeah, and had the first 2 out in the 4th as well before a couple of singles extended the inning. But, hey, you really want to see Iowa continue to grind out at bats. You know, just you started that momentum. That's how you got the work done. Even if you don't score any more runs and 4 is enough to win it, you still want to continue the habit. Keep working, keep pushing, keep practicing that idea.
Reese Moore is up, and the first pitch bounced in front of the plate. For ball 1, Moore is 0 for 3 today. I agree entirely with you, John. I think the at-bats have looked much better the entire game today. I mean, there have been a few here or there that haven't been productive, but I think every one has been much more like what we expect to see as Reese rips one into right. A sharp single, he pulled it in front of Hyde. And just like that, that's much more like what we're accustomed to seeing from Reese.
Yeah, 83 miles an hour, center, and Reese sends it 109. And sometimes when you're in a run, too, bad luck happens. That ball almost carried all the way out to the right fielder. He hit it so hard. Yeah, stayed back, drove it.
That's got to feel good for Reese.
Yeah, finally caught a barrel again.
Here's Gable Mitchell with 3 singles to center today. Swings at the first pitch and sends a fly ball into shallow left. Coming forward is Johnson, who makes the catch, and Reese is not quite doubled up at first. He was way off the bag. Rutgers wants a challenge as Johnson threw it on a line to first. And Doucette had to dive back to the bag. I don't know. This will be close. We'll see. But the Hawks might have just got doubled up in the 6th.
Yeah, that is a tough play for Reese. But, boy, he can't be almost on second base.
Getting a look at the replay in the monitor, in the booth here. Johnson makes the play and hops over Carreras, the shortstop, who is going back. I think Reese is back.
I think he's going to be safe. Funny enough, though, his right hand, he's got the glove on the left hand. He reaches out with his right hand and makes a good touch of the bag. Yeah, fortunately for Reese, the throw was bad. Yeah, he gets his right hand back, but I don't know how that, I assume that works because that'd be like his foot, basically.
Yep. I take it back. I think Reese can be out.
I think he's out. That's a fantastic play from Doucette to touch it with his offhand. So I think that will end the inning on the double play.
Johnson's made a couple of really nice plays in left for Rutgers.
Yeah, that's a really nice running catch. It's not the greatest base running play from Reese, but because, you know, you don't have to be standing on second base to make it to second. But yeah, I think this is going to come out and be turned over, and we will head to the top of the 7th inning.
Rutgers has challenged it, and so the umpire is taking a look at things. Near Iowa's dugout in a tunnel by the on-deck circle.
Again, a smart play from Doucette to recognize that he doesn't need to go back and touch it with his glove. Any body part is basically like a stretch and a force out. So an unusual stretch is going to turn into a double play.
Expect Cade to come back out for the 7th inning. Continue his quality start. Iowa leading 4-0 in what we fear will be the end of the 6th.
Well, considering there's nobody in the Iowa bullpen throwing, fairly safe assumption that we'll see Cade.
Yep.
I'm actually surprised it's taken this long. Here they come.
All right. Umpire is out of the tunnel. Reese is out, and Rutgers' challenge is successful. The Hawkeyes doubled up to end the 6th. 4-0 Iowa. We're back for the 7th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
For comprehensive coverage of college baseball, tune to SiriusXM Big Ten Radio Channel 372 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. SiriusXM is the home of your favorite team and conference, including live games plus interviews and analysis. So cheer along with the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2025.
John Evans and John Leo with you from the broadcast booth at Charles Schwab Field, Omaha. 4-0 Iowa in the 7th. 3 runs for the Hawks in the 1st, 1 in the 4th. Straight zeros for the Scarlet Knights. Cade has kept them in check. Iowa out hitting Rutgers 9-3. Obermueller back out, and he will face 6, 7, 8. So Chattel, Sweeney, and Thompson. Cade's thrown 6 innings, given up 3 hits. He struck out 8, walked 1. Obermueller's thrown 86 pitches. We're in the 7th, 4-0 Iowa. First pitch to Chattel is off the plate outside, ball 1. See a couple of arms getting loose for Iowa in the bullpen. Looks like Brant Hogue is throwing. Is hit on the ground, back up the middle. Wolf has it on the backhand. He throws it over to first, 1 away. That's a big first out.
Absolutely. Walked him back in, what was it, the 5th inning to lead off the inning there. Still able to strand him, but as you get later in the game, you get a little more tired. The less stress you can put on yourself, the better. And a couple
up here, we can start, counting down the outs. Maybe you don't necessarily want the players to do that, but Jack Sweeney is up. Cade ripped a fastball up and in.
Yeah, I mean, Chattel had walked. Sweeney got hit by a pitch in the 2nd, so a couple guys that had found their way on base. So you just want to make sure you take care of business here.
Sweeney fouls back the 1-0. Sweeney, a .230 hitter. Grounded out his last time up. He has 29 strikeouts and 87 at-bats. Let's just get it in the zone and see what we can do with that. Cade's 1-1 is downstairs for ball 2. Rutgers as a team came into the weekend batting .286. Obermueller's 2-1 is on the inside corner, called a strike, 2-2. Perfect position from Cade.
Yeah, Rutgers hits okay for average, not a lot of power, and with Bonds out, taking away one of the power guys.
2-2, that's in the dirt. Cade missed with the slider. Full count now. 4-0 Hawks. Top 7. Past the 9 o'clock hour local time. Big pitch here from Cade. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. He kicks and fires. Line drive over Gable Mitchell into left field. That's a 1-out single for Sweeney. He connected well on the pitch from Obi.
Yeah, Cade challenged him. I like the challenge. 94 fastball, middle of the plate. Sweeney was up for it, though. Sent it 104 over Gable Mitchell's head.
4th hit of the game for Rutgers. That might have been their cleanest one, their best hit, best contact off of Cade tonight. It comes in the 7th. Now on to the next task. That is J.T. Thompson, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Left-handed hitter for the Scarlet Knights. Cade's first pitch to him is pumped through the zone for a strike. Right back to it. I like that about Cade tonight.
Yeah, he's been efficient. He's been in the zone.
Counts 0-1 on Thompson. Second baseman for Rutgers. He's the 8 hitter. We're towards the bottom of the order. 0-1. Slider in for strike 2.
Cade's sitting at 67% strikes, so filling up the strike zone. Generally, the location's been pretty good as well.
Count is 0-2 on Thompson. In a good spot here. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Hat trick. 3rd strikeout at Thompson. Cade's had his number tonight.
Really nice work there. Just good sequencing all around. Had been able to spot up Thompson a couple times. Thompson didn't like the call, so that one he spun outside. Was able to finish it up. Now go get the 9-hitter here and hand the ball over to your bullpen in the top of the order for the 8th inning.
R.J. Johnson is up, 0 for 2, strikeout and a flyout. First pitch from Cade. Strike 1. Cade approaching 100 pitches. No balls, 1 strike with 2 outs in the 7th. Iowa on top 4-0. Obi's next pitch. Strike 2, bottom of the zone with the slider. Iowa fans on their feet now down to the left as Cade addresses the rubber. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Cade ready from the belt. He grips it and rips it. Outside, 1-2. Couldn't get him to chase. He wanted to go back to the spinner.
I love the pitch, though. Started it on the outside part of the plate. Spun it all the way out.
Here come the Hawkeye fans once more. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 outs in the 7th. Cade feels it and deals it. Line drive, foul to left. Johnson hanging tough. Back to the slider and even closer to the strike zone with that one.
Yeah, and it was still a very defensive swing. I think if you get that ball, if you want to throw that again, you can get it down and get him to chase that.
We'll do it again at 1-2. Obi's pitch. Strike 3 called. He struck him out. And a little bit of passion from Cade coming off the mound.
10th strikeout if that's his last pitch at 103 or 4 or whatever it was. 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Dots it up for strikeout number 10.
Shutout baseball from Obi. Heck of a start for Cade. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. 4-0 Iowa. Time to stretch things out at the ballpark. Back after this. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
4-0 Iowa on top of Rutgers as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. 3-4-5 due up for the Hawkeyes. Wolf, Risley, and Frost. Tonight, Wolf, Risley, and Frost are a combined 4 for 7 and have been on a couple more times.
Yeah, even though Frost is 0 for 1, he also has 2 walks, so
it's been a good spot, good part of the order.
Yeah, all 3 guys have made it on base twice so far, so might as well add to that number while we're at it.
Berglund's still in there for Rutgers. They have a ton of pitchers out in the bullpen. They do have a right-hander actively throwing. Everybody else kind of hanging around with their sweatshirts still on. 4-0 Iowa, bottom of the 7th. Would love to tack on a few more here down the stretch.
Berglund's been effective, only sits at 39 pitches, so he was a midweek starter there for a little while too, so he's thrown 70, 80 pitches. Again, did throw yesterday, threw 39 pitches 6 days ago against Maryland, so
1-0 to Wolf is at the knees for a strike.
But submarine guys have rubber arms basically, so
have to, don't you?
Just kind of you can sub up and do whatever you want.
Berglund out of the windup, the 1-1 to Wolf. Low and away, ball 2. Yeah, he's been a bright spot for Rutgers out of the bullpen.
Well, and,
very shaky from Shattuck and even Fithian.
Yeah, Fithian had a little bit, he had to work around more stuff, but Berglund's been really good.
Caleb fouled off a pitch that was going to be low.
Yeah, Fithian Berglund a couple hits. The wild pitch cost him when he came on in relief there.
2-2 to Wolf. He waved and missed. Caleb strikes out on a good pitch from Berglund that just kept zooming away from Caleb. I don't think he identified it. 1 away.
No, I think he thought it was going to be that sweeper, and instead it was the fastball that just stayed out, ran away from him.
One out for Miles Risley. Risley getting back to it. He's 2 for 3 tonight. First pitch to Riz. Low sweeper in for strike one.
71 miles an hour.
You can get your foot down a couple times on that one. 0-1 to Miles. Got a piece of it. Fouled it off the catcher, 0-2.
Well, again, you think about what Iowa faced this weekend, 95, 96. And then all of a sudden you get 83-mile-an-hour fastball with a 71-mile-an-hour off speed.
0-2 to Risley. Lays off, low and away. Be the top of the Rutgers order up in the 8th. Expect Cade to be done. Iowa's got a right-hander throwing in the bullpen. As Risley sends it on the ground to third, it's off of Santos's glove, and Risley will reach. We'll see how that's scored. I think hit. Coin flip, though. You might be the other side of the coin based on that look, John.
Yeah. He had to take a couple steps, but they gave it a hit. So I mean, I'm happy for Miles. I'd much rather have the hit. But boy, that's a ball that hits him right in the glove.
It's in there.
You got to squeeze it, pick it up, and throw the guy out. But good news for Risley, he didn't do those things.
Here's Jackson Frost taking up and in.
And with the way our guys have been going, give him a hit.
Yeah.
Put a hit in the right column there.
1-0 to Frost. Jackson lined foul over to the right.
Hawks had hit and run on there.
Yeah. Iowa has 10 hits tonight, all singles. It's worked out okay. 4-0 Iowa, bottom of the 7th.
Well, they've done a good job for the most part of consolidating those. They've gotten them in bunches.
Yep, stacked them. You bet. 1 out in the 7th. Here's the 1-1 to Frost. Low and in.
It was 3 straight singles in the first. All 3 of those guys scored. 3 straight singles in the fourth led to a run.
Risley with a good lead at first. We'll see if he's going now. The 2-1. Jackson sends back up the middle. Shortstop knocked it down, but that's all he can do. Carreras got it off the palm of his mitt, and it squirted over towards Thompson.
Now, based on the previous scoring, that's got to be a hit.
I think so, too, but I think Carreras could have had that play. Santos looked like a little difficult, and they go error.
Oh, you got to be kidding. What are we doing here? Let's have some consistency. He dives for that ball. I mean, yes, I 100% think he's got to catch that and throw him out, but
you knew it was going to go up as an error,
100%.
I was right there with you. Here's Dan Rogers.
C-ball, hit ball, Dan.
He's. I mean, Reese Moore got his base hit today to get him kind of back on things. Let's get Dan off of it here. Connect. Sit on this slow sweeper and drive it. 1-0 to Rogers. Half swing, he fouled back.
84 up that he just didn't quite commit to. It's actually a pretty good pitch to go drive if you want it.
First and second for Iowa with 1 out. The Hawkeyes on top, 4-0. Throw it to second behind Risley.
I haven't even said that Berglund looks like the evil villain in the old 20s and 30s silent movies.
Rogers skies this to left, angling foul, and will land just to the left of the white line. And before getting to the seats, there was a little room there for Johnson and left to make the play, but
yeah, that ball was funny. The breeze kind of blew that and held it up as it was curling into the stands and blew back in, and Johnson actually probably had a chance to make another highlight reel catch.
It's 1-2 now on Rogers. Berglund drops down and deals, and it bounced in front of the plate. Both runners will advance. Up 90, Frost and Risley, second and third now.
Boy, he just slows his arm down trying to throw a slow sweeper, and that ball didn't even get, boy, I'm not even sure, 55 feet? I think it did get, it got a foot into the dirt, so it got that far, but boy, tough job for Chattel there.
Infield in for Rutgers now. Big spot here for Rogers. The 2-2. Outside ball 3. It was close. Chattel held it as long as he could, but it missed, and the count's full.
What a take there from Rogers. See if he can come through. Runner on third now, less than 2 outs.
Dan's crowding the plate a bit here on the 3-2. And he watched strike 3.
Boy, that's a good pitch, too. I'm not sure what Dan wanted. Inside part of the plate. Great pitch from Berglund to dot up the inside. Not even really on the edge. First time Iowa doesn't come through with a runner on third and less than 2 outs.
You think Dan likes that pitch, inner?
I think he did when he was running hot.
Yeah, I thought so too. We'll see what Kellen Strohmeyer can do with 2 outs. Swinging at the first pitch, sending it straight back foul.
I think sometimes that's the difference too. When you're running good, you're swinging at that pitch. When you're not running good, you're hoping to walk. Yeah. And I see Dan get back into the more aggressive mindset.
0-1 is the count, and the pitch sailed into the dirt, low and away. So this is a big spot now for Strohmeyer. Couple of insurance runs.
Well, we talked about this in the first inning. You know, Iowa had a couple guys on in scoring position, and it's like keep adding to the pile.
1-1, Strohmeyer fouled back.
And so 2 guys out there. You know, again, 4-0 feels okay. 6-0 feels really good.
Very good. Maybe a wild pitch. I already got one of those from Berglund. Get too greedy, but he's done a nice job to settle in. Second and third, 2 outs. The 1-2 to Strohmeyer. Kellen took it. Ooh, just low and in. 2-2.
Well, now I understand why Rogers might have taken that pitch and thought he walked. So that ball paints the black of the plate. Doesn't get the call from Renninger.
2-2. Strohmeyer got a piece of it and clipped it straight back again. Foul. Kellen has singled in a run today. It was a bunt single back in the first.
Got robbed of a hit back in the 5th.
Yes.
He could be on base all 3 times with short of a great play from Johnson Jr.
Looking to deliver a big hit here. The 2-2 is outside. Count is full. Iowa up 4-0. It's late. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Berglund on the rubber for Rutgers. Iowa fans getting behind Strohmeyer. The 3-2. Kellen, watch strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts by Iowa hitters with runners in scoring position. And Rutgers gets out of the jam. We're through 7, and it's 4-0 Iowa. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hi, this is Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. Substitutions cost you money. Why take their seconds when you can have our first choice? Here's Ben Pieper to tell you more about Mershman Power Core Enlist Corn.
After 3 years, we've never been more confident in the germplasm that's behind the Power Core Enlist trait system. And when we enhance those genetics with Mershman Seeds starting line corn seed treatments, you are off to the races with some of the highest yielding corn hybrids you can plant today.
Contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer and ask them about Power Core Enlist Corn. From Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
We're on to the 8th inning in Omaha. Iowa in the lead 4-0, and the Hawkeyes will go to the bullpen. Cade Obermuller's day is done after he twirls a gem against Rutgers. We'll see new pitcher Justin Hackett, right-handed junior from Winterset, enter in the 8th.
14 appearances on the year. He's 1-1 with a 1 ERA. 18 innings pitched. He's given up 6 hits, 3 runs, just 2 earned. Walked 10, struck out 35. Gave up a run in 2 innings in the, I guess it would have been the Friday game against Oregon. Got the loss there. He'd been pretty electric before that, though. Kept Iowa in the game against Oregon State. Had a good inning against Washington, a good 2 innings against Illinois State. So good multiple inning outings for Justin as he'll look to try to close it out here. At least get Iowa 3 outs closer here in the 8th inning.
Closing the book on Cade Obermueller. 7 innings of shutout ball. He gave up 4 hits, walked 1, struck out 10. Cade's best start of the year.
Well, certainly in a spot. You know, he had the duel against Will Walsh against Nebraska. Had to follow that up with a really good outing against Indiana. But in a spot here where you had to have one, really strong outing from Cade.
And now we'll look for Justin Hackett to keep the pitching momentum going. He'll face the top of the order, so this will be tough here for Hackett as Rutgers comes up with Hyde, Doucette, and Cohen.
Connor Onion and I were talking. He's doing the game for Big Ten Network, and we were talking about my guy Jim McGrain and Cade going past him, and I just sent Connor a note knowing that Cade was probably going to pass.
First pitch swinging is Hyde, and he sends a ground ball through into left field past a diving Frost. Leadoff man on for Rutgers in the 8th.
And so I just told him, I said, in Jim's season where he set at that time the single season strikeout record, he also then has the single game record as Jim struck out 17 against Western Illinois. And Connor sent back 17 for Cade tonight, and I said that might be a bit much to ask. I'd take 10.
You got 10?
I got 10. Thank you, Cade.
10 strikeouts for Obi tonight. He did very well against this Rutgers lineup. So Hackett gives up the leadoff single to Brennan Hyde, now faces the dangerous Ty Doucette. Left-handed power hitter for the Scarlet Knights. It's 4-0 Iowa in the 8th. Hawks feel like they're in control, but it's a narrow lead. 1-0 from Hackett is in for a strike. Good changeup on the outer edge. 1 ball and 1 on Doucette.
I feel like if he could efficiently get through the top of the order here, you feel pretty comfortable there that if you don't have to see Doucette Cohen twice in this game.
Swing and a miss over the top of the curveball from Hackett. Very good pitch. Doucette missed everything.
If they come up twice, it'll be a little edgy for Iowa unless they add some runs in.
1 ball, 2 strikes with nobody out. Hackett set. The right-hander delivers. Up and away. Ball 2.
Now this is really the action pitch if you're Hackett. You don't want to get this count to 3-2 and let Doucette set on something.
Short lead at first base. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Hackett strikes out Doucette. Big out number 1.
Off speed, off speed, off speed. Hackett, great stuff there. Gets it done.
I have a hard time deciding on what Justin's best pitch is, but I'm pretty certain after this stretch he's been on, it's a changeup.
Yeah, it's got good action. It really works away. And it's been fun to watch him kind of redevelop. You know, last year was tough for him, coming back from the injury, coming up here to Iowa. You know, just had a hard time finding his groove. And Coach Kenny's been absolutely wonderful with Hack, and just been fun then to watch his confidence go and watch him just get better and better.
Hackett's 1-0 to Cohen is in the dirt for ball 2.
All right, and I'm going to say a bunch of nice things about you now, Justin. Get back in the strike zone. Let's go.
Hyde the runner at first for the Scarlet Knights. It's 4-0 Iowa in the 8th. Cohen the best hitter in the lineup for the Scarlet Knights. He sends one on the ground left side. Tough play. Mitchell charging bare hand. Throw to first. Not in time. Boy, just nothing any Iowa infielder could really do there as Cohen legs out the infield single. They've got a couple runners on.
Not a great jump from Frost. Just didn't get a good read off of it. The left-handed hitter into the bat spinner. Your first reaction when you see the ball come at you is it's not to all of a sudden wildly charge it because you think it's going to be coming harder than 50 miles an hour at you. And, unfortunately, that little spinner was in a perfect spot.
Couple runners on for Santos. And Hackett missed upstairs, ball 1.
Probably the bigger part that bit Hackett there was that's what happens when you fall behind. You even fool him, and he's still in a good spot to get a cheap hit.
1-0 is outside, ball 2. Hackett hasn't been as sharp as he'd like to be here in the 8th, giving up a couple of hits. He does have 1 out, so a true ground ball to an Iowa infielder away from getting out of this. A couple arms getting loose in the bullpen. As the 2-0 from Hackett is lined straight back towards us in the booth right next to us, John. Oh, man.
Oh, that's a Nebraska guy, too. He's got to make that catch. The ball ricocheted all the way down to the front row. Come on now.
2-1, righty on righty matchup here. Hackett trying to even the count at the least. The pitch, just low and out. Ball 3.
Boys, I'd say squeezed, but that really hasn't been called much today.
Some tension building in the 8th. 3 balls and a strike. Hackett looking to deliver. Pitch to Santos. Swing and a miss, 3-2. Huge pitch from Hackett here. Time called by Coach Steve Owens of Rutgers. He's the third base coach for RU, and he will talk with Santos on the 3-2 pitch. First and second for the Scarlet Knights and 1 out. Iowa leading 4-0 in the 8th.
He's trying to calm his hitter down here. That was a good pitch from Hackett. Gave it to him in the middle of the plate. Not sure what the big bang was there. See if Hackett challenges him again with a fastball or tries to get him to chase a breaking ball.
Could be the pitch of the game right here. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Hackett set from the belt. He will throw to second instead to keep Hyde around the bag. Dan Wright getting loose. Brant Hogue active in the Iowa bullpen all the way down there in the left field corner. Hackett trying to get out of it himself here. 3-2. Just high. Ball 4. The bases are loaded for the Scarlet Knights in the 8th. Two singles and a walk. And we'll see if the Hawkeyes stick with Hackett or make a change. There's a mound visit going on amongst the players right now.
Carreras is a switch hitter, so if you're Iowa, it would just depend on which side of the plate you would prefer he hit from.
I think you got a change here, don't you, John? I think Iowa needs to make a change.
Coach Heler on the walkie-talkie.
Does not look like he's making a move. It'll be Carreras, the hitter.
He's still.
Bases loaded for Rutgers in the 8th with 1 out. Hackett's first pitch way high, ball 1. Carreras is 0 for 3 today.
Trust your stuff, Justin.
Hackett's 1-0. High again, ball 2. Coach Kenny is going to be on his way to the mound. We've seen Coach Heller make changes in the middle of at-bats.
We've never seen Coach Kenny pull the hook, though. And you're either going to do it now at 2-0 or you're not going to do it until this batter's over.
I'd be shocked if Coach Heller doesn't come right back out after Coach Kenny gets back.
He can't. Justin has to throw another pitch.
It's 2-0 on Carreras. Hackett has missed far out of the zone with no place for him to go. 4-0 Iowa in the 8th, but the tying run at the plate for the Scarlet Knights. Here we go. Hackett's 2-0. Low, ball 3. 3-0's across for a strike. Hackett stays alive in the count, 3-1.
Turns into a great story when he two hops one to Wolf and flips it over to Mitchell, and it's over.
I'll buy you a soda. 3-1. Hit well to left. Nelson camped underneath it. Andy's got it. Runner will tag, and the throw wisely goes into third. Rutgers on the board on the fly out to left. It's 4-1.
All right. Nice job there, battling back. 4-1 and 2 outs is a lot better than 4-1 and 1 out.
Absolutely. Matt Chattel is up, junior catcher. Just a little bit of pop here, maybe.
We're getting the change, so we'll have plenty of time to talk about the pop.
Coach Heler making his way to the mound. Runners at first and second for Rutgers, and 2 outs in the 8th. Scarlet Knights on the board, and Iowa will make a pitching change. We will introduce the new Hawkeye pitcher after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
This is the sound of grilling season. It's time to get back to cookouts, to gathering with friends and family, and making memories. And with Hy-Vee's lower prices on thousands of items all over the store, you can still get the best quality meat and everything else you need for your barbecues at prices that will make you smile. Get back to grilling for less, with a little help from Hy-Vee.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
New pitcher into the game for Iowa is Daniel Wright, right-handed grad senior from Sergeant Bluff, standing at 6'9".
Homecoming of sorts, at least to the right side of the state of Iowa. 2-2 on the year in 16 appearances with a 2.96 ERA. 27 and a third innings, 27 hits, 10 runs, 9 earned, 11 walks, 19 strikeouts. And he just needs to put out the smoldering fire here in the 8th inning and get the Iowa bats up to the plate.
(4-1) Iowa, top of the 8th. Dan will face Matt Chattel, who's 0 for 2 with a walk. First and second for Rutgers, tying run at the plate. Dan got ready in a hurry. Cade throws 7 innings, gives up 4 hits, 1 walk, and 10 strikeouts. Third pitcher into the game now for Iowa.
You're a hockey guy. The Stars just took the lead on the Oilers 4-3.
Ooh.
Western Conference Finals.
In Dallas or in Edmonton?
In Dallas.
All right, so that's late then, huh?
Yeah, should be. Yeah, Tyler Cropley was worried about the time of it starting and completely corresponding to when we were playing. Chaz Wheatley also cares deeply about that. Yeah, 4-3 Stars halfway through the 3rd. See if Dan Wright can get the Hawks out of a jam.
Just needs to get 1 out to get Iowa through the 8th. Rutgers has scored. It's 4-1 Hawks. Runners at first and second. 2 outs. Righty on righty matchup here. Chattel the batter. A couple of ground outs for him today. He sandwiched those with a walk. First pitch from Dan is hit into right field. Strohmeyer running over towards the line. Kellen still on the run. He's there and he caught it. 1 pitch is all Big Dan needed. Just 1 run for the Scarlet Knights.
Minimize the damage, got out of it. See if the Hawks can add a couple here before we head to the 9th.
4-1 is our score. Bottom of the 8th coming up. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Hello, Hawkeye fans. This is Ben McCullum, the head coach of the Iowa men's basketball team. Returning to Iowa City as the head coach is a dream come true. The passion of Iowa fans is unmatched, and I'm incredibly excited to get started on this new journey together. I look forward to seeing our fans on campus across the state and throughout the nation. Here's to big things coming and an exciting future ahead. Go Hawks!
Bottom of the 8th inning in Omaha. Iowa 4 and Rutgers 1. John Evans and John Leo, happy to have you along with us tonight. Always take great care of us here in Omaha. This is our 3rd year doing this together over at the Big Ten tournament. And great hosts, and we have a very enjoyable time when we're here in Omaha.
Oh, it's a fantastic venue for baseball. I mean, you can see why the College World Series is here. And when I worked in Omaha, it was still over at the old Rosenblatt over by the zoo. And that was a fun place to watch a baseball game and do all sorts of things. But, man, do they do it well and right here.
Blake Guerin will lead it off against Quinn Berglund, who is still in the game for Rutgers. They've been riding him since the 4th.
And if you're just watching on the radio and you're not watching on, if you're just listening on the radio and not watching on Big Ten Network, I kind of joked about it earlier. The villain, the trained villain, Dastardly Whiplash. That's the guy. That's the cartoon character, the handlebar mustache, the villain that Quinn Berglund looks like, and he's been a villain to the Iowa hitters so far today too.
He has 3 1/3, only 3 hits allowed. He struck out 4 Hawkeyes. He's done a nice job out of the pen for Rutgers.
Ball 1.
Boy, he got warned earlier. I must have missed that, but he was ready. Blake wasn't. Guerin in the box takes ball 2.
Yeah, ball 2 now.
Inside.
As Berglund was quick to go, and yeah, like you said, must have been warning 2, and yeah, he's quick again, and that's outside ball 3.
Woo.
I think now he's just irritated the umpire.
Iowa feels all right here at 4-1 in the 8th, as the 3-0 to Blake is low for ball 4.
That's ball 4. Hey, that's ball 4, guys.
Maybe he didn't award him a ball, John.
He did.
Scoreboard says 3-1.
Oh, so one of them he called a strike?
Blake chops this foul over to the left. We must have missed it. And now the Rutgers dugout is getting warned for arguing balls and strikes. Count will be full. As I was saying, though, Iowa feels good here 4-1. 5-1, 6-1 feels a little bit better. Let's see if the Hawkeyes can add to their total. Full count pitch to Guerin from Berglund. Here it comes. Blake swings and misses. 3 straight strikeouts for Berglund. And he gets Blake.
And he's not overpowering. He's just doing it with frisbees, and and then you throw that frisbee, and then that makes 85 play a little faster. And yeah, I mean, that's
good comeback for him.
Yeah, Blake's just ahead, around, ball that's just sweeping around.
Time called. And Andy took too long getting in the box, and he's hit with a strike. And Coach Heler is out of the dugout. This is as fired up as I've seen Coach this season. He's letting the home plate umpire have it as Nelson dinged with the strike for taking too long to get in the box. So they didn't award a ball to Berglund in the last at-bat. And now Andy Home plate umpire came out and pointed as if it were a strike, so we'll see if it's actually a strike. Maybe Andy just puts it in play. He takes low and in for the first ball. We'll see. It is 1-1, yeah. Andy did get dinged.
Wow, are we having some fun here now with an ump show in the ninth inning or bottom of the eighth inning?
1-1, Andy lays off, and the pitch was low. Top of the order, Reese Moore is on deck. Iowa looking to add to its lead.
Berglund is working quick. Boy, if you keep your head down. There, pop it up. Better be ready.
2-1. Low and away, ball 3.
I like what Andy's doing, though. Get out of the box. Take your time. Get on your timeline instead of Berglund's.
His 3-1 to Nelson is hit on the ground to third. Santos plays it off to the side, and he throws it across. He threw it high. It pulled Doucette off the bag. Nelson hustling down the line, and Santos with an error in the 8th.
Well, again, I remember that from the scouting report before the first series of the Big Ten. We never saw it that day. He played great third base, and boy, today he's been a little shaky. See if Iowa can make that hurt.
One out for Reese Moore, the top of the Iowa order. And now here we go again. Everybody's upset.
Well, we just had a count. The Hawk fans were counting down as Berglund didn't throw before it hit 0. We're having some fun now.
What in the world? One out for Reese. The first pitch. Reese offers and fouled it back. Missed on connecting with the barrel and the off speed.
Maybe he is dastardly whiplash. We had a fairly mild-mannered game until all of a sudden here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Next pitch, Reese fouled it off again. Runner at first and one out. Iowa leading 4-1 in the bottom of the 8th. Next pitch, swing and a miss. Reese strikes out. Just looks so off balance with his swing, like he's leaning back. It doesn't look right.
Well, I'm going to pull everything, especially on a guy that's going to spin balls away from you. You know, you just got to be willing to stay in there. Had a really solid line drive the first time against Berglund, but again, gets kind of pulling everything out and just has a hard time.
I sound a little frustrated because you know it's in there for Reese. You just almost get to a point where you feel bad that it's not coming around the last month. 2 outs for Gable Mitchell. Nelson at first. Here's the 1-0. Gable hits high and deep to left center. Cohen is underneath it. He makes the catch for the 3rd out. 3 outs away from victory. We'll go to the 9th. Iowa 4, Rutgers 1. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Well, it's our biggest harvest ever thanks to Pioneer brand Z-Series Enlist E3 soybeans.
Yeah, fastest growing trait technology, the new standard for weed control. Amazing yields.
You don't sound happy.
I guess I just hate it when a great season ends.
Hey, remember what Coach said back in high school?
Just wait till next year.
See why more farmers are switching to America's #1 soybean trait technology at pioneer.com/grow-enlist.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
To the 9th we go in Omaha. The Hawkeyes 3 outs away from victory, 4-1, leading Rutgers. Dan Wright will face 7, 8, and 9. So you really want to attack these 3 and not have to see the top of the order.
No, Hyde has 2 hits, and Doucette and Cohen are incredibly dangerous overall. Plus, that's also then where you get into a little bit of the power that's in the Rutgers lineup. They did hit a couple home runs yesterday, but wind has pretty much died down. It's cooler. Not a lot going to help you get it out to any field here right now.
Dan came in and got the final out of the 8th when things got a little dicey.
Again, Sweeney, 9 walks, 29 strikeouts in 86 at-bats coming into the game. Got hit by a pitch, had a good line drive single in the 7th off Cade. But work your edges here and attack your spots.
Righty on righty matchup. First pitch from Dan is low and away for ball 1. One-oh pitch, waved at and missed, 1-1. Got a piece of it, I suppose, fouled it back.
Yeah, really good fastball there, down low and away. Taking advantage of Sweeney being a little aggressive, seeing the fastball.
Count even at 1 to start the 9th. Pitch from Dan. Low and in, ball 2. Iowa's got Brant Hogue with some light tossing out there in the bullpen. 2 balls and a strike on Sweeney. Dan trying to offer a strike here. The pitch. Fouled back, 2-2. Plenty of off speed from Dan.
Dan had a couple walks in his last outing against Oregon. Still just 11 walks on the year, though, so. Strike thrower, you want to see if he can get the 3rd one here on Sweeney.
First out's the biggest one in the 9th. Here's the 2-2. Low and in, ball 3.
Went to the fastball there, 92, but spiked it a bit.
Full count to start the 9th. Right, set. Here it comes from Dan. He walked him. Boy, the 4 out of the zone were not close.
No, not even close on either one of those last 2. It's like we talked with Cade, you know, trust your stuff. You know, especially with a 3-run lead in the 9th, you know, he can't hit a 3-run home run. And so get in the zone, attack the zone.
And now he'll face J.T. Thompson, the 8-hitter. 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts today. Dan needs to get in the zone. First pitch. Low, in the dirt. Rogers knocked it down. Dan's got to figure it out right now. I mean, he has just not been close. He's looking down at the mound, trying to kick around at it. And Coach Heler has seen enough. Bullpen has not been sharp for Iowa today. Cade twirled a gem, and the bullpen has made things a little dicey here, giving it at least an uneasy feeling.
Well, Coach Heller mentioned in the pregame interview you did with him, I think fragile was the word he used. And when they're good, they're great. And we'll see if Brant Hogue can come in and be great.
We need it. Leadoff walk for Rutgers in the 9th, and that'll do it for Dan. We'll take a pitching change break. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletic season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to us mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Top of the ninth inning, Iowa 4, Rutgers 1. Pitching change for the Hawkeyes to go to a left-hander to try to close this one out. Brant Hogue is in, left-handed redshirt senior from Sioux City.
21 appearances on the year. He's 2-1 with a save and a 3.55 ERA. 25 in the third innings. He's given up 18 hits, 13 runs. Just 10 of those were earned. Has given up a home run. Walked 19, struck out 45 opposing hitters, though. Hawkeyes would use a simple ground ball or they'd take a strikeout. Either one, that would be great. Opponents hit .202 against Brant.
They'll face the 8-hitter J.T. Thompson. He's a left-handed batter. They'll face Johnson after that, also a left-handed hitter. Looks like we might have a pinch hitter, though, now for Rutgers.
Tomasetto will come in. Funny enough, a 1-0 count. He'll come in, Nick Tomasetto, to pinch hit. Hasn't been announced yet, but Coach was talking the talk as he walked past the home plate umpire there. So I think Steve Owens made the change, and he's certainly in the on-deck circle swinging a bat.
Hogue is good to go. Runner at first, nobody out in the ninth. 4-1 Iowa, trying to book its spot in the semifinals on Saturday. Have to win this game against Rutgers. So let's close it out. 3 outs to go. But there's no clock in baseball. You have to get the outs. And the Hawkeyes need 3 more. Count is 1-0 on Tomasetto, who is pinch hitting. He bats from the right side. Hogue throws a strike.
Tomasetto just 221 on the season.
He was a starter for Rutgers in the series when we played them. He has not been a starter lately. 1-1 is lined foul over to the right. 1-2.
Yeah, this is his first action in 10 days. A couple of pinch hit at bats against Penn State. I think you got to go all the way back to the middle of May or middle of April since he started a game.
Hogue from the stretch pitches the 1-2. Ground ball right side. Guerin picks it up just foul. It rode the line for a while, but then was to the right of the bag.
Hawks get a little unlucky there. Guerin's got a chance to turn a double play as he's standing right on the bag for an easy out. We saw the Oregon team do that with Walsh a couple times against Iowa.
Still 1-2 as Hogue comes set. Short lead at first. The pitch. Just high. 2-2 now.
That's kind of the thing to remember for Hogue. 2-2.
Yep.
Tomasetto and Hogue both came into a 1-0 count.
2-2 to Tomasetto is outside, ball 3. A little bit of energy and life here from Rutgers in the ninth. Full count pitch. It's a big one from Brant. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. He set him down.
Excellent fastball there from Hogue. Probably off the plate. Woo. But got Tomasetto reaching, trying to do something with the full count.
Huge out number 1. 9-hitter R.J. Johnson is up. Still a runner at first for the Scarlet Knights. Lefty on lefty matchup here. Hogue from the belt pitches. Ground ball right side through into shallow right field. First and second now for the Scarlet Knights. The tying run will come to the plate. Slow roller through the hole. Got the ground ball, but it was too far away from Wolf.
And now it's the top of the order. Hyde's been a difficult out.
He has a couple of hits today, including a double. First and second for Rutgers. 1 out in the ninth. 4-1 Iowa. Hogue ready to pitch. He deals. High, ball 1.
said, if we got back to Doucette and Cohen, it'd be a little itchy. And barring a double play ball here, we're going to get back to Doucette at least.
1-0 pitch. Up and in, ball 2.
Hey, which part of this year's been easy?
Not a single thing. Trying to get out of it in the ninth. Hogue checking the runner at second, now pitching the 2-0. It's in for a strike. 4-1 Iowa in the ninth. Runners at first and second for Rutgers and just 1 out. 2 balls and a strike. Brandt ready. He deals. Fly ball right side. That will find the seats foul. Out of play. It's 2-2.
Five of the 7 Rutgers hits have come from these top 3 hitters.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Hogue is ready. Here's the pitch. Fouled back again. Dangerous spot there from Brandt, right down the middle with the fastball. A little bit of a spin on it, coming from the left side. He's trying to get Hyde. The 2-2. Fly ball to right center. Risley on the run. Miles still running in the gap. He caught it for the second out. And he gets it into second base. The runners will be at the corners for Rutgers. And there are 2 outs in the ninth.
Well hit ball there. Good job from Riz to run it down in the gap. And the best power hitter on the Rutgers team will have the opportunity to tie the game for Rutgers here in the top of the 9th inning.
Ty Doucette is the hitter for Rutgers. First and third for the Scarlet Knights in the ninth. There are 2 outs. He's the tying run.
He hit an absolute nuke yesterday.
Hogue ready to pitch to him. First one from Brandt. Swing and a miss. Woo.
Brandt double dog dared him.
He sure did. 0-1.
Guerin guarding the line at first. Outfields, Risley and Strohmeyer both really deep. Nelson in and left.
Hogue's 0-1. Line drive foul down the left field line. 0-2.
Boy, and that was just in fisted contact.
All right, here we go. Hogue on the rubber. Hawkeye fans on their feet. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch. Outside, ball 1. Great pitch from Brandt just off the plate. Johnson took second without a throw, without even a look.
Yeah,
1-2.
Hawk's not even holding him on.
Hogue comes set. He pitches. High, ball 2. Let Doucette get back in the count at 2-2 now.
Like we mentioned with Hackett earlier, this 2-2 pitch is really the money pitch. You'll want to get to 3-2 on Doucette.
Hogue's 2-2. Line drive, base hit into left center. 1 run in for Rutgers. Here comes the second. And the Scarlet Knights are within 1 on the 2 out, 2 RBI single to left center. 4-3 in the ninth.
A little bit of a shift buster there again. Basically hits it right to the normal shortstop spot. Iowa in the shift, though. Coach Kenny will come out, have a chat.
Trevor Cohen is the batter for Rutgers. Scarlet Knights' best hitter.
One of the league's best hitters.
Absolutely.
Was he? He was actually snubbed for the conference, wasn't he? Did he get any all-conference mention? I'll look up their website real quick. I don't think he did, which, how the guy that can be far and away, I guess before I go on too big of a rant, see if they, doesn't look like Rutgers has it on their website yet. There we go. Thank you.
Time called by Rutgers. They'll have a discussion.
Cohen was second team. So difficult outfield must have been to break through.
Yeah. Iowa leading Rutgers 4-3 in the ninth. There are 2 outs. The tying run is at first for Rutgers.
Yeah, Mack, Shattuck, and Carreras were all on the all-freshman team, and Cohen was a second-team selection.
They're going to have a pinch runner for Doucette. It'll be Peyton Bonds.
Okay, so Bonds can't swing the bat, but he can run.
Two outs, just one more to get. And you have to get the toughest guy, Cohen.
I suppose that's the way you want it to be. They're showing the play where Bonds, yeah, that makes sense. He ran into the wall and hurt his shoulder.
All right, here we go. 2 outs for Cohen. Tying run at first. There are 2 outs. Hogue delivers. Strike one. Out. Good start for Brandt. It's 4-3 Iowa in the ninth. Hogue back on the rubber. Long pause. Here's the 0-1. Lined foul to the left. It's 0-2. We've been here before. And then we kind of flirted with some pitches around the zone, and Doucette made us pay. It's 0-2.
Hawks do have to hold Bonds on. 16 stolen bases.
Hogue ready. He's on the rubber. The 0-2 to Cohen. Not yet. We'll throw it to first. What do you like, fastball or sweeper?
Cool. I like a strike that he can't see.
Please.
The umpire can.
Brandt has the sign. 0-2 on Cohen. The pitch. Outside with the slider, 1-2.
Yeah, what I don't like is nibble, nibble, nibble.
Yep. Now get back in.
Yeah, get back in it right now. And that's one of the things you've seen a little different from Iowa pitching is, generally speaking, they've gotten into the zone quicker after the first waste pitch.
Nervous energy here at the ballpark now. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs in the ninth. We'll throw it over to first again. Cohen is a major doubles hitter. That's why you got to keep Bonds around the bag at first. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the ninth. Iowa up 4-3. The pitch from Hogue. Swing and a foul tip. Rogers couldn't bring it in. Oh, I thought we got him.
Oh, I was with you. I had the fist pump going. I was ready. Good pitch there from Brandt. Just off the plate, outer edge. But that's a good hitter that doesn't strike out a lot. It's hard to get to miss.
We'll do it again at 1-2. Hogue's pitch. Ground ball up the middle and through into center. Bonds around second, headed for third. He will get there. Runners will be at the corners for Rutgers with 2 outs. Just can't put them away. They've hit it at Wolf, but I don't think Caleb's had a play on any of them. They've just been far enough away from him.
Yeah, just out of his reach there. He's got him shaded to pull like you'd expect.
Pablo Santos is up. 2 outs. Iowa needs just 1 more to win this one. It's 4-3, but the tying run's at third. Lefty on righty. First pitch from Brandt. Up and in. Ball 1.
Frost comes in at third just to take the bunt away from Santos. Not way in, but in enough.
The 1-0. Low and away, ball 2.
Ooh, that's a good pitch.
Didn't get the call. Hitters count now for Santos. We're in the 9th, 4-3 Iowa. Tying run at third with 2 outs. 2-0 pitch. There it is, strike 1. Hogue's been good. He's been right around. Rutgers has pounded out 3 singles in this inning, though.
Yeah, we've rolled him right around Wolf. It hasn't been laced anywhere.
2-1. Swing and a miss. 2-2. He blew that by him. We're here again. 3rd hitter in a row. We've gotten to 2 strikes. Can Hogue seal the deal for the black and gold? Brandt comes set. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the Hawkeyes are on to Saturday.
Nobody said it was going to be easy, but the Hawks are in the semifinals with a game to play. Sounds like tomorrow now against Indiana, but wow.
Woo!
Hey, you take them any way you get them. It's survive and advance this time of year, baby.
4-3 is our final. The Hawkeyes win Pool C with the victory over Rutgers. Holy smokes. Check your hearts.
It's beating. I can feel it.
Woo!
Pounding through the chest at this point.
Take it any way you can get it. And Iowa wins it 4-3. Whew. Deep breath, Hawkeye fans.
Fastball up, blew it right past him.
4-3 is our final. Iowa holds on, survives, and advances. We will play a game on Saturday, and it will be against UCLA in the semifinal. All right, we'll take a break. We're back with Postgame after this, but first let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, now we'll send it to our first break of postgame. We'll get into postgame coverage as Iowa survives tonight 4-3. Final note before we go to break. Iowa and Indiana officially will play tomorrow night at 9 p.m. We can talk about that when we come back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Plus, save up to $1,500 on select equipment. Now through September 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Heck of a game tonight. Got to tip your cap to Rutgers. They didn't quit. It was one heck of an effort from the Scarlet Knights. Iowa holds on and beats Rutgers 4-3 to win Pool C after just playing one game. And we will play UCLA on Saturday in the semifinal for a chance at the championship. There's a game before that, though, and it happens to be tomorrow now.
Yeah, now it's tomorrow night, 9 o'clock. Hawkeyes will play Indiana in a game that I think both teams will be, how fast can we play it?
Man, no kidding. I mean, Indiana's going to have to stay an extra day now. We're going to be up late for whatever reason. But we'll worry about that tomorrow. Let's talk about tonight, John. A 4-3 win over Rutgers that it felt like Iowa was in control the whole game until they weren't.
Until the bottom of the ninth there, yeah. The eighth got a little sketchy, the bottom of the ninth. But let's cap tip Cade Obermuller to start with. 7 innings pitched, 4 hits. No runs. He walked a guy, he hit a guy, he struck out 10. Just a fantastic outing. And I bet I'm going to give you dollars to donuts when Coach Sutherland comes up here. He's going to talk to you about how great he thought the approach was in the first 5 innings, and then maybe they lost a little focus on Berglund in the last 4 innings there. And full credit to Berglund, too, for coming in, keeping Rutgers in that game. He threw 4 1/3 innings, 3 hits, struck out 6, didn't allow a run, didn't walk anybody. So he was fantastic to keep Rutgers in that game and allow them to have the opportunity to make a 9th inning rally.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Cade will get the win. Hogue will get the save. But from the Rutgers perspective, Berglund was just what they needed to have a shot at it. And now Iowa is through. The Hawkeyes with the win today, 4 runs, 10 hits. Iowa left 10 on. It didn't really feel like that much, but I guess we did leave the bases loaded, but it really didn't feel like 10.
Threatened a couple times and then had a couple where you were really threatening and a couple where you really weren't.
3 runs, 9 hits, 3 errors, and 10 left on for Rutgers. A little uneasy at the end of the game, but I think it's really nice for Iowa to see one go through, grind one out, toughen up in those situations to ice away the victory.
Yeah, early in the year seemed to find ways to lose all those close games, won a lot of them in the middle, and then found ways to lose games here in the last 3 weeks. So, yeah, to get one of those back on the right side of the column, a really good advance for the Hawks.
Iowa plays Indiana tomorrow at 9 p.m. It's a change from what we had previously been scheduled with. We'll play the Hoosiers tomorrow at 9 p.m. We'll have the Hawkeye Radio Network pregame show beginning at 8:30. I guess Big Ten baseball after dark. Thanks a lot to these Pac-12 schools. It's coming around to us now in the Big Ten. So late night baseball tomorrow. But we can breathe a sigh of relief. Iowa wins tonight. Iowa wins the pool. And we will have another game after Indiana to keep our season alive. We'll look forward to that through the rest of the weekend. All right, we'll take a break. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Every day, you're out there, up before the sun, and pushing forward before the chaos of the day settles in. At Great Southern, we're right there with you because we understand the need for trusted support. Having a team that is seasoned, agile, ready, an award-winning team that knows their customers personally and is behind them at every step. There to assist you, inspire you, and echo your inner dialogue in those quiet moments. Keep going. Whether you're getting ready to meet the day or working on something big, we're your team. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Iowa wins a thriller. They survive in the first game of the Big Ten tournament 4-3 over Rutgers. We're joined by Associate Head Coach of the Hawkeyes, Marty Sutherland. Coach, first off, congrats on the win tonight and the winners of Pool C.
Yep, and at this, like you were talking about before we got on, it's survive in advance time. It's one game. You're kind of in these one-game playoffs from here on out. And so, whether it's pretty or not, you're only being judged what the scoreboard tells you. And it's funny you talk about process so long and so much. It's all we do. And now it's kind of results, right? Like that's just where you're at. That's the difference in tournament time. It's about being able to outscore the opponent. And luckily we were able to do that by one.
What were your highlights of the game, Coach? Let's start, I guess, with the offensive side. The great start.
Absolutely great start. Gable had a rough weekend the weekend before. He had a great night. And really look at Gable, Caleb, and Riz. Those guys, have 8 of the 10 hits and just really good nights out of those guys. Got some big hits. Caleb, obviously, the first one. Stroh gets a bunt hit with 2 outs. It ends up being an RBI. Miles gets a 2-out RBI. And those are the things we just hadn't been doing the last couple weeks, that we had really done really well. And that's really kind of what happens when you go well. You get those hits, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get the big 2-out RBIs. Oregon did it against us most of the weekend, so it was nice to get a couple of those. And I really thought the first 5 innings offensively, I loved what we did and did a great job with the starter. I did not think we were as good the back half, and the other part about that is you kept looking at it, it's like, man, we've allowed these guys to stay within one swing, right? And that's what you didn't like. And certainly we punch out twice with runners at second and third late in the game. It just can't happen. That ball's got to move. You got to score that guy. And we just didn't capitalize on a couple of those opportunities throughout the game after the first, and it almost hurt us. But, off of that, and I know we need to get to Cade. He was outstanding, man. That is a big-time effort, and certainly nobody was wearing it on his sleeve harder than he was. The last few weeks, he, just didn't throw his best. He'd be the first to tell you that. But he come out locked in, just an unbelievable performance in the Big Ten opener, and he just does a great job. And then, unfortunately after that, credit to Rutgers, they kept fighting. And, again, I think it's more about offensively not putting them away and letting them hang around. And then they just got some things going and found some holes with the ground balls, just kind of seeing eye single type stuff, which we had plenty of ourselves. But, they have two hitters that you really don't want up with stuff going on. And Doucette and Cohen, both really good players, all conference level players. Certainly Cohen may have been first team, I'm not sure. Really good player. And the bottom of the lineup, we just lead off the ninth, we walk the 7 hole, and you're just like, now you're turning it over to the top. And those are the things that you do that too often, and you're likely not going to survive it, but we were able to tonight.
Some news came out towards the end of our game, Coach. It sounds like we're playing Indiana tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I think they're worried about the weather on Friday and being able to get the games in. So what do? You just do what they tell you, This is the old format of the Big Ten. They used to try to play 4 games in a day, and the team would play at 9 o'clock would just have to sit around. It's like, are we actually going to play? Because, can you start a game after 10:30? Yeah. So whatever. You just deal with it. It's it's part of it. And they have to make the best decision for them as far as trying to get the games in. And it's a weird game, Indiana, neither of it doesn't matter, but it does matter. They all matter, and certainly from our standpoint, you look at it as, well, man, any win is going to benefit your RPI. Any win's going to benefit your resume. But at the same time, you can't put yourself in a bad spot for the next days. You got to make sure you're loaded up and ready to go. So we'll have to talk through exactly what we'll do. It probably looks like a midweek type game where you're just kind of getting guys in and out. But I don't know what Indiana will do. They certainly got really good arms. Gilly and Grable haven't thrown, so they're going to be formidable, more than formidable. Yeah. So it's just kind of a weird game. But we'll just take it as it comes, and if they actually line us up to play tomorrow night, that's what we'll do. And, you have Friday off, so it's not as big a deal if you do end up playing. And obviously got a really good UCLA team, which we, didn't have a chance to play in the regular season. So that'll be a lot of fun. And we needed this game. It just hasn't gone well. I mean, we all know this. We had lost 8 or 9 out of 10 or whatever it was. And, we just needed to figure out a way, whether you're biting your fingernails or you're down there in a lawn chair. It doesn't matter. You just need one in the win column. So that was big, and hopefully everybody could take a little bit of a deep breath and remember that we're a really good team.
That's right. That last part right there, Coach, yep. the belief we do have a very good team. And the best part, we could still play for a title. We're still alive.
Absolutely. That's all you're asking for at this point. Like I said, they're all this one-game playoffs at this point. That's all it is, and that's how you gotta handle it. And again, it's just odd because you, as a coach, so much of what you talk about is process, right? Mm-hmm. Like, we're process-oriented, and we don't think about the results. But you're at the time of the year where that's exactly what it is. Like, you might as well not sugarcoat it. It is what it is. You lose, and you're not going to play anymore. So keep winning. You're going to give yourself the chance to extend the season beyond the weekend, and that's obviously the hope.
Let's get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow, Coach.
Thanks, John.
Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show from Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. Let's see. We got some highlights loaded up back there. If we do, let's hear them now, please. Large crowd of Iowa fans to our left, getting behind Obermueller. The 0-2, swing and a miss. He got him. And the Scarlet Knights strand the leadoff double. The pitch. Caleb hits on the ground and through into center field, past a diving Thompson. The Hawkeyes on the board first, 1-0. Caleb is clutch. Here it comes to D-Raj. Spinner hit to short. This will be double trouble. They're going to go to first instead, only to first. He didn't go to second. He retires Rogers, but Wolf touches home, and it's 2-0 Hawks. From the belt.
delivers. Miles sends right back up the middle. It's off of Berglund to the shortstop. Picked up, thrown on the run to first. Not in time. Gable Mitchell scores 4-0 Hawks. We'll do it again at 1-2. Obi's pitch. Strike 3 called. He struck him out. And a little bit of passion from Cade coming off the mound. Brandt comes set. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the Hawkeyes are on to Saturday. 4-3 is our final. The Hawkeyes win Pool C. And so the Hawkeyes do clinch their berth into the semifinal game. But we do have a game to play before that. Iowa takes on Indiana tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Tomorrow night, yes, at 9 o'clock. We'll be here. The guys will be here. The coaches will be here. John and I will be here. And we hope that you join us for tomorrow night's broadcast, beginning at 8:30 on the Hawkeye Radio Network. All right, it was a nail-biter, but good to see one go through for the Hawkeyes. The season is still alive. 4-3, Iowa beats Rutgers tonight. That'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball this evening from the Big Ten tournament in Omaha. For my great board op down the line, Hunter, excellent job tonight, Hunter. Thank you very much. My color analyst, John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long from Omaha. We'll talk to you tomorrow night beginning at 8:30. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye, and some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Mid-American Energy. Call 811 before you dig. It's the law. Visit midamericanenergy.com for natural gas safety tips. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.